Okay, Council, it is 2 o'clock, so we will call to order our regular meeting of Council. We will start by just recognizing and appreciating that we are holding our meeting on the unceded territories of Hupachesit and Sishot First Nations. We have an agenda in front of us. Are there any late items identified by the City Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor, if we could amend the agenda to allow our CAO to introduce our new Director of Development Services, Deputy CAO, and we would put that item as DA in front of D1. And then if we could also consider an amendment to add correspondence to the summary, J113, and that being from Blanket BC Founders.
Great, thank you. Okay, and I'm just giving notice that I will be bringing forward an item under new business, an updated report with regards to the Kingsway Hotel. And I do just want to state that we have received some updated questions with regards to work that went on and the city's actions. There was a report provided to council outlining the city's actions on April 14th of 2020. But given that that was, quite some time ago, and we have had a lot has happened since then, I'm going to be asking staff to provide us with an updated report on actions that the city took. We will be happy to provide answers regarding the city's actions. We are not able as a council or as a staff to provide answers regarding Ms. Poon's actions, but she is certainly welcome to provide answers to any of the questions that might be asked of herself. Council, are there any other items of late business to bring forward? Right. Councillor Haggard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to add on a request. I would like to add on having a discussion regarding beautification projects of 3rd Avenue. So I'm not sure if that would be under new business or old business.
Sure, we'll put that under new business.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other items to bring forward? Okay, seeing none, would somebody like to move approval of our agenda?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And moved by Councillor Solda, seconded by Councillor Poon. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. And we have minutes from the special meeting of council held at 9:30 a.m. and the regular meeting of council held at 2 p.m. on January 25th, 2021. I almost said 2011 there. I'm not sure why. Would somebody like to move adoption of these minutes? Moved by Councillor Solda, seconded by Councillor Poon. Any questions or comments on the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried, thank you. And next item of business is public input period, which is an opportunity for members of the public to submit input on topics of relevance to City Council. A maximum of 4 submissions will be accommodated and read out loud by the Director of Corporate Services, or members of the public are able to come online and read questions out loud themselves. City Clerk, do we have any public input today?
Yes, Madam Mayor, from Mr. Anderson, who is participating by phone. Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And I'll just let you know that sometimes when people are listening to the council meeting in the background on another device, it interferes with your ability to ask a question. So if you are, maybe just mute it, but you're welcome to go ahead with your public input now.
Okay. In just 4 days from now, I will be 1 year since I first made inquiries regarding the permits at the Kingsway Hotel. I discovered that after approximately 2 years of renovations, no permits had been taken out by the owner, contractor, or subcontractors. No inspections had been made by an authorized person to determine the existence of harmful materials, and no assessment was conducted regarding the structural integrity of this 92-year-old building. Today, I need to respond to a number of items that Ms. Poon apologized in a letter to the City Council and fellow members of the public. This letter can be found on page 160 of the January 25th City Council meeting. Quote from Helen Poon reads, "The scope of work. As renovations go, ours became more intensive than originally planned. As the renovations expanded, we found ourselves out of compliance with the City and Workplace and WorkSafe BC." End of quote. Evidence shows Ms. Poon's scope of work was established well before the start of the renovation. I refer to the article in the Alberni Valley News, May 15, 2018. Ms. Poon talks about the renovations to the pub, renovations to the rooms upstairs, and reopening the kitchen. This, I believe, was always Ms. Poon's intentions regarding the scope of work on this project. Quote Helen Poon regarding the hazard materials. This discovery of hazardous materials was in an area not publicly accessible. As part of the inspection, publicly accessible areas were tested and passed. This is a totally misleading comment. Of course, no asbestos was found in the pub or rooms upstairs. All asbestos would have been removed in the preceding 2 years prior to the inspection of the building for asbestos. The lower area under the pub was not renovated to the extent of the rest of the building. So when WorkSafe ordered an asbestos inspection on the building, that area was found to to test positive for asbestos. If Ms. Poon was truly sincere in her apology, it would not have to go more than, it would be more meaningful if the apology was read to the public instead of filed on page 160 of the agenda. Finally, I quote Helen Poon, I should have known better. Prior to coming to Port Alberni, Helen was a director in a company in Vancouver renovating a building on Alexander Street. The City of Vancouver on February 2015, I believe, in there and about, put a stop work order on the project for unpermitted work. Early in 27, Ms. Poon comes to Port Alberni and, as in Vancouver, does not take appropriate permits out or comply with provincial and municipal codes and bylaws. This, in my opinion, questions the sincerity of the Ms. Poon and the letter of apology. And finally, I just want to mention the lack of, in this whole issue that's been going on, I say almost for a year now, in the next few days, the lack of transparency and inconsistency in applying provincial municipal regulations by Ms. Poon and the city in this matter became quickly evident over the last year. So much more I could put to this, but I have my 3 minutes, and I won't take advantage of that. There's so much more to this case that is not being heard, but that's for today is my comments. Thank you very much for the time and giving me a little more grace on the 3 minutes. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And just for your information, I will be bringing forward a motion at the end of this meeting requesting an update on the staff report that was written in April of 2020, because as you note, there has been quite a bit that has happened since then. So we will bring forward, or if council approves, we'll bring forward an updated report on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, any other public input for today?
No, Madam Mayor?
Thank you. Then we will move on to delegations, and the first one from the CAO, introducing our new Director of Development Services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm really pleased to introduce to council and the community someone who needs no introduction because he's well known here. Mr. Scott Smith is our new Director of Development Services / Deputy CAO in the new role. First, I should say Mr. Smith had worked for the city for approximately 20 years and well known in the community, knows our community well. He had left us a couple of years ago for employment with Comox Regional District, where he expanded his knowledge and did some good work there for them. And now he's come home to this new role for us at a really exciting time for this community. In his new role as Director of Development Services, Mr. Smith will be responsible for overseeing the work of planning and building departments and adding capacity there. He will also be directly responsible for managing city lands. As you know, council has some ambitious goals and we're experiencing a lot of interest in city. So there's a growing amount of work there. And Mr. Smith will also, by the Deputy CAO designation, act in my role during my absences. So again, I'm really pleased to have him here. And if you have any questions or comments, I'm sure Mr. Smith would like to hear those.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions or comments? Councillor Haggard, and then Councillor Paulson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Welcome, Scott. Unfortunately, I've never met you in person, but I do remember seeing your name in the paper a lot when you previously worked for the city. And I've heard lots of good things about you. So I'm very excited to be working with you for the remainder of our term.
Thank you. Councillor Paulson.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo that. And Scott, welcome home. This is your home. And I don't mind rating Comox Valley for employees either after they rated us. But no, I'm just thrilled. I met Scott in the previous term. I think that he will be an absolute asset moving forward with our departments down at City Hall. Thanks very much, Scott, for coming home.
Thank you. Councillor Washington.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, Scott, welcome back. It was always a pleasure working with you and look forward to bigger and better things coming up. Again, welcome home.
Thank you. And on behalf of council, I will welcome you back as well. We are very excited and, in everything that I've heard from the community is excited, which I have to say is reasonably rare when we, add a management position. We don't usually get overwhelming support for that. So Scott, I think that just speaks to your reputation in the community and how much everyone is looking forward to having you in this expanded role. So thanks very much. And this is your first day, so hope you're having a great first day.
Yes, well, thank you all for the warm welcome. I'm really happy to be back working for the city of Port Alberni and super excited with all the things that have gone on in the last couple of years in my absence. I have been paying attention. I have always continued to live here. So I'm really excited to be back and to help council and the community. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. We will move on to our next delegation, which is Joanne Sales from Broombusters, to provide council with an overview of Broombusters volunteer work in Port Alberni in 2020 and the request for council to continue supporting the project. Welcome, Joanne.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Minions and council members. First of all, I want to start out by thanking Port Alberni for the support that you have given. Actually, since 2007, that was the first year that there were volunteers. There were a few years of gaps in between, but Port Alberni was right there at the beginning. Last year, because of the next screen, is somebody doing the screens for me? Next screen, please. There we go. Okay, during the pandemic, we had to observe social distancing. So there were no group cuts, but instead people were given their own loppers and they could go out on their own or with small groups, always maintaining social distancing. But it worked. In 2020, over 400 volunteers on Vancouver Island cut broom 5,000 hours. And in the Port Alberni area, 20 volunteers cut broom for over 230 hours, which is a lot of broom. I'm going to start with a quick review of why we don't like broom and why it needs to be gotten under control. Next screen. Okay, so broom spreads rapidly anywhere in the sun, and these unfortunately are pictures that you all have seen. Vacant properties, absentee landlords, whether it's in urban areas or outside, farms get covered with broom, highways, under the hydro lines, anywhere that trees are removed, the broom can come in and take over. A single plant can produce 18,000 seeds, viable for decades. Next screen. Broom grows huge quickly. So you can see, you know, my foot's next to that stump. You can see how large that woody weed is. It's not a tree, it's a weed, and what the volunteers are carrying there. Meanwhile, down in the right-hand corner, you see what the camas flowers and how delicate they are. Vancouver Island has our wildflowers and our trees and so on are actually much more delicate than the hardy broom. It doesn't belong in this ecosystem. Next screen. Another danger is that Scotch broom has naturally occurring dead branches all the time and high oil content. So as Terry Peters, the fire chief in Powell River, says, Scotch broom is a volatile flash fuel. It will increase a wildfire's fuel load, escalate the fire's intensity, compromise fire situations, and make fires more difficult to fight. The picture below, you can see it's dry. That is not dead broom. That's just in August during a dry year, and you can see what a fire hazard that would be. Okay, next slide. So Scotch broom grows faster than young trees and inhibits and prevents forest regrowth. In this top photo, you can see where the broom has moved in among the replanted trees, and that broom will inhibit and prevent those trees from reaching maturity. Broom on utility corridors also creates an easy path for fire to travel across the island. So it's something that we're very much concerned about. The next screen. How bad does it get? Really bad. So broom has created major environmental damage on almost every continent, as we see here in New Zealand. And even though we know better, it could happen here. Why? We will return to this photo. But first, let's talk about what broom busters have done in Port Alberni. Next screen. Here's a list of the areas in the city where volunteers work the most, but the photos are more interesting. So the top photo here is some of the piles cut on Stamp Avenue. Next screen. This was a favorite cut. On Waterfront Park and Canal Beach, there was over 24 hours of work done clearing that area. Next screen. This is the West Coast Medical Center on Maple Way. This wasn't finished completely, but you can see how broom moves into a vacant lot. We're still working on this particular area. Next screen. This is a great picture. The man there lives here in downtown Port Alberni. He's 89 years old. He and his daughter cut broom on Rogers Street around the high school area for 60 hours. So he's 89. That just shows that none of us are actually too old to put in our help. The next screen. So these are areas just out of town: the Hospital Hill, Victoria Drive, Port Alberni Drive around Rogers Creek, and also a lot around Faber Road. Well, broom doesn't know any city boundaries, and visitors don't know city boundaries. And actually, until last year, broom busters didn't know any city boundaries. So we now know that the visitor center and the hospital are not in the city, but we took care of the broom and we got it shipped by a tree service. Next screen. So back to this photo. How can we prevent this from happening on Vancouver Island? In 2009, when I first appeared at a delegation in Courtenay, the mayor asked me, why are you so passionate about this? And I knew immediately what it was. It's forest, farms, and the future. But our forests and farms are in greater danger now than they were in 2009. As we all know, the climate change clock is ticking and we're running out of time. But interestingly, most of the strategies to prevent Scotch broom from taking over Vancouver Island are the same strategies we need to counter climate change. In farming, practice regenerative agriculture and never leave land bare. Return to smaller farms like the ones in Alberni Valley. Use renewable energy to power our lives, and massively increase forest cover on the planet. A broom forest does not do anyone any good, not our grandchildren, and certainly not the timber industries. Next screen. This is unfortunately what happens, okay? It's acres and acres of broom. So there's a recipe. Remove the forest cover. For profit, development, farming, it doesn't matter the purpose. Degrade the soil and do nothing to restore vegetation. Broom wins and we lose. Next screen. Fortunately, Port Alberni has a bylaw. No property owner shall permit growth of noxious weeds, and Scotch broom is one of those. But in order to prevent broom takeover, we need to look at the growth habits of broom. One is that broom does not grow in the shade. In the Pacific Northwest, when forests and trees are removed, and if no one is caring for the land, broom will dominate the landscape eventually. In the sun, broom wins. The picture on the left, aggressive land clearing practices can do such great harm to the soil that it will take hundreds of years to repair. Trees won't grow on this soil again, but broom will thrive. Broom thrives on degraded soil. The photo to the right, you can see stumps of trees that were cut on a steep hill of riparian zone. Topsoil will wash away, trees will not regrow, and broom will take over. Next screen. This is a really sad story for Broom Busters volunteers in the Oceanside area. We put in hundreds and hundreds of hours clearing the broom off Alberni Highway, and we were quite successful. And then in 2019, a huge area, I don't know, was it 80 acres, 100 acres, it's huge, was cleared and left bare. So last year, Broom Buster volunteers tried to get the remaining broom off to prevent the seeds from getting onto the bare land because we knew what would happen. Next screen. Unfortunately, we were too late. You can see already in 1 year, the broom has sprouted behind the fence. So our efforts were basically in vain. Heavy machinery had damaged and degraded the soil, and it was left bare for well over a year. The topsoil washed away in our heavy fall rainstorms, and the seeds that were dormant for decades sprouted. The next screen. The scourge of pasture land. Has one of the names for broom, and these are 3 different farms. But I have received many calls personally from farmers in Alberni Valley and potential landowners asking, can this farm be saved? Well, there's no question prevention is the better path, which is why we so much appreciate Broom Buster volunteers. Yes, eventually land can be reclaimed, but because the seeds live for so long in the soil, it's a very difficult thing to do. Next screen. So just to review, this leads to this, and this leads to this. Okay, this picture of the BC Hydro power lines is particularly concerning because the broom is growing through the forest land. When the forests are cleared, the broom will move in and they will have what it looks like on the right. So that's why we're asking governing representatives on every level to pass and enforce laws that respect the soil. No clearing of land until the development begins. Greater setbacks for riparian zones. Laws to preserve and permanently keep vital trees and forest stands. For windbreak, for soil containment, for birds, to stop invasive plants, and to maintain our quality of life. Trees are beautiful, but they are more than beautiful. Our lives depend on them. Next screen. So why do we keep cutting broom? For our grandchildren, your grandchildren. Volunteers in and around Port Alberni will be cutting broom again this April and May. And we invite any and all of you to join us, even for 2 hours a year. We really appreciate your help and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much again for your presentation, Joanne. I know that you come every year, but I appreciate that you bring some new pieces every year as well. So yeah, it keeps people really understanding how harmful this is and the long-term impacts. Council, are there any questions? Councillor Solda.
Thank you, Joanne. Every time, when I was younger, I used to think, what pretty flowers. I don't think that anymore, just so you know that. A question for you though, but have you contacted the logging companies? Have you made this presentation to logging companies? Are they helping you move forward on getting rid of the broom?
I know that the logging companies do not want to have broom, and they fight it. Their particular way of doing it is using herbicides. The problem with herbicides we have found, and I could show you photos of it, is that it looks like it kills broom, but unfortunately, because it also kills everything that's growing around it, then once again, it's degraded bare soil. And so then the broom seeds that are there will sprout. And also it appears that the broom resprouts after a couple of years when you try to kill it with herbicides. We have just found that cutting it works best. But I know that the lumber companies, they really try very hard to get rid of the broom because it doesn't help them. But unfortunately, wherever our trucks go, the broom seeds go. Wherever gravel goes, the broom seeds go. You know, so the broom seeds are spread widely, which is so unfortunate. The greater concern, or as great of a concern for all of us, including the logging companies, is the BC Hydro, just basically just channels of broom crisscrossing through the forest lands.
Mm-hmm.
That's the more likely way for the broom to spread into the forest lands.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Washington.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Would it be worthy to, when Hydro does do a power line cut through the forest, to suggest to them that they perhaps like hydro seeded or something? Would that prevent the broom from growing? And my second question is, how did it get here?
Oh, well, I'll start with the second question. So yeah, 3 seeds were brought to Souk in 1850. And so it started in the south of the island, and it slowly started spreading and moving up the island. Actually, Souk is beginning to do broom busting this year. And they've got a heavy infestation. Yeah, certainly seeding with anything else other than to keep dense things growing in the hydro lines would be a good idea. Unfortunately, before it was realized that broom would take over, it was seeded by companies, and I can't say this company did it or that company did it, but I know that it was seeded along the highways, it was seeded along the railroad tracks, because it stops trees from growing. Okay, but we don't want to stop trees from growing. So we're at the other side of what was a really bad idea. So.
Thank you. Any more questions from council? I think my only question is, do you work with the Agricultural Land Commission on this as well, just because of the risk to the long-term risk to our agricultural lands?
You know what, we have not directly addressed them, and that's a great idea. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there could be, I mean, especially if I think there's some larger policy that needs to be put into place, and they could be a great partner in bringing that forward.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Councillor Solak.
Just one more thing. Maybe you could just say, I know there's a particular time of the year that you can go in there and take the broom off. Otherwise, you shouldn't, because the seeds will just go nuts. So what is the time?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. Yes, the broom busting season varies a little bit, but it's around mid-April until the end of May. And we start when it's the broom seeds or the broom flowers are getting ready to blossom, because that's when the energy goes above the ground. It's not in the roots, it's above the ground. And then we stop as soon as the seeds form, because once the seeds form, then even though the plants will still die, there's the danger of spreading seeds when we're disposing of the cut broom.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you. Please do join us, anyone who's hearing this presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much again for your presentation. And I know that the city does pick up and take the what you guys are cutting within city limits, and we're certainly happy to continue doing that this year. So yeah, I'll just thank you on behalf of council for all the work that you and the volunteers are doing on this issue, and hopefully you'll see some of us volunteering this year.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and on to our second delegation. We have the co-chair of the Port Alberni Community Action Team, Ron Merck, to introduce the new CAT coordinator and provide an update.
Hello, all.
Hi, and we see Ron, I think, is blank still, but Mary Claire, go ahead if Ron's not coming on. Welcome.
Yeah, Ron's just signing on. So thank you so much for having us. We really appreciate it. Oh, and thank you, Sarah, for putting up our slides. There's Ron right now.
I won't interrupt Mary Claire as she's on a roll now.
So I was saying thanks so much for having us, and we really appreciate the opportunity to present an update on the Community Action Team in Port Alberni. Introduce myself, Mary Claire Mascott. I'm the new coordinator, and I get to work with two great co-chairs, Ron Merck and Ellen Frood. So next slide, please. So we're located on the unceded territories of the Tishat and Huepescat First Nations, and we're in the regional hub, as you know, for commerce, government, and healthcare. And our district for our work includes Sprout Lake, Beaver Creek, and Cherry Creek. Next slide, please. This slide represents the most current information that we have available to us from the BC Coroner's Report as of November 30th. So you can see the most significant piece on this slide is that toxicity deaths have increased by 47.2%. That's a huge increase in 1 year in our community. We're awaiting the final report for 2020, which we know will increase it even further. Next slide, please. The Port Alberni Community Action Team is a community-led initiative. We're funded by the provincial government under the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions. And we were one of the first teams to be funded in the province. Quite an active team. Our members include community members and organizations, people with lived experience, which brings a huge voice to our table, Indigenous organizations, various health authorities and agencies, all levels of government, first responder agencies, and business community. Next slide, please. Today, what we want to do is provide you with an overview of the highlights of our work from 2019 to 2020, what we've done so far to date, and the plans for the remainder of our fiscal year 2021. Next slide. I'll turn this over now to Ron, and he's going to walk you through our activity and our 4 key pillars that we work in and surround our work.
Thank you, Mary Claire, and thank you, Madam Mayor and Council, for having us today. So the Community Action Team, we have 4 key strategies that drive us from the provincial government. They are, in no particular order, harm reduction, stigma reduction, engaging and networking with the community, and the final and last piece is social harmonization within the community. So the first one we have up here is harm reduction, and these are some of the things that we've been working on and are going to do in 2021. We have Bridging the Gap, and I know you guys all know about Brandy Reynolds and Bridging the Gap and the work she's been doing. So we've been actively behind the scenes encouraging all the work she's doing. We fund some of the work she does on her outreach and some of the other stuff she's actively engaged in. Bridging the Gap also leads to Indigenous peers. So we have a distribution network through the Indigenous peers and Bridging the Gap for naloxone kits and other harm reduction equipment and training, etc. We are partnering up with first responders, and Mary Claire is involved in setting up that team of people to get them back at the table. There was kind of a hiatus that happened because of COVID, but we're working on getting them together so they can talk about the things that affect first responders. Lifeguard, if you haven't heard about Lifeguard, that's the app that the provincial government recommends that everybody should have on their phone. If you are using any kind of drug whatsoever, it can save your life. The thing that goes along with it is NORS, which is a federal government sponsored program. And you can call into the NORS helpline, which is a 1-888 number. And somebody will actually sit on the line with you for 30 minutes if you don't want to be alone and you've decided that you're going to use some sort of drug that could lead you to an overdose. You may have heard about the ID clinic, which was totally driven out of the community action team. And it's now running and fully up and functioning. Compliments of the Friendship Center. So another great partnership between us and some other group in the city. And of course, we support everything that is happening at the overdose prevention site. Next slide, please. And thank you, by the way, Sarah, for running the slides. So stigma reduction is also a pretty big part of our goals. So we have something called Learning Moments. And if you haven't seen or heard that, you can get it at our website, and we can provide these links to you later. But we produce a learning moment every week, basically on Monday. It goes out through a mail distribution list and gets published on our website. It's written in lay language so that people can understand it. Regular people out in, and it's driven towards families that are struggling with someone in their family that has substance use or mental illness. We present the CAT work throughout the community, and that's part of today, which we're doing. You may have seen the display across the street from the City Hall. There's a bunch of wooden stakes there with red flags on them. They represent the lost lives in the Central Island region as we know them as of November 30th. We have the Humans First survey, and we've attached it here so you can refer to that later. It's a great survey that was done in connection with First Nations people here in the Valley. And we've got a lot of partnerships going on, and that's part of the key elements that drives the CAT is partnershiping wherever we can with other groups in the city. Next slide, please. So I just talked a little bit about that, engaging in networking. So we coordinate all kinds of things at the monthly CAT meeting. We have 80+ partners right now. We've talked about bridging the gap, Indigenous peers. We also have a support group called, we call it Families Helping Families. It meets regularly once a month. Right now we're doing it virtually by Zoom, as everybody else is doing Zoom. And in that Families Helping Families support group, we meet with other people that are struggling with family members that are using substances or have mental illness. And we provide support to those families to help them work through the challenges that they face. We're engaging as much as we can with Indigenous organizations. We've engaged with Bread of Life and helped them a bit with moving towards the model that they have, encouragement mostly in our part. But we certainly support what the Bread of Life and the Salvation Army has been doing. They've been a great resource in the community. We've got some stuff going on with First Nations Health Authority, and we also have strategic planning group meetings. So that all leads to some of the stuff we're planning for this year. Next slide, please. So social stabilization, and I'll talk about that in our final slide of today. So I won't touch a lot on this, but social stabilization covers everything from linking into other groups that are providing social services within the community, to trying to get the community to shift and move towards better outreach and social programs that can help the marginalized people. Part of that would be, say, for instance, the ID clinic. So if you've ever lost your ID, you know that can be a bit annoying for you. But if you're a marginalized person that lives on the street, it becomes a barrier that is almost impossible to go through. And if you don't have your ID, it prevents you from getting services that could be necessary for life altering, as a matter of fact. So ID is very important. And that's when we talk about social stabilization, we're talking about how we can fix things for marginalized people. We do that through things like creating social media campaigns, ad campaigns in the local paper, and etc. So next slide. Mary Claire, back to you.
Thanks, Ron. So on our work plan, we have 7 key areas. Some of them we've already delved into. We've solidified our work plan. We've ratified our terms of reference. Ongoing, we have our monthly meetings and our Families Helping Family meetings. Continuing work with our peer groups and producing the Humans of Hope and the Learning Moments articles and videos. We're finalizing the Humans First report that you have in front of you and researching funding opportunities through the First Nations Health Authority. Next slide. As well, we invited our partners at the CAT table on January 14th to, if there was anything else that was a gap within our work plan, that we could look at expanding upon this year and into next year. And as a result of that, we have further expansion of our Indigenous participation. We're exploring more funding opportunities, widely distributing the lifeguard and NORS tools that Ron just spoke about, reactivating the first responder working group, and looking at pursuing a community event at some point down the line. Next slide, please. So over to you, Ron.
Okay, so here we get to the best part. What could we ask of the City Council of Port Alberni? Well, you know, it's not horribly difficult. We perceive, the community action team already perceives that the city and the council has given us tremendous support. So we just ask that you continue in that same vein. You are, in fact, probably our best ambassadors in the community. So we'd ask, the first thing that we'd ask for is that, and Sarah, you can probably kill the PowerPoint slide if you want, because that's the last slide. Thank you. So as ambassadors for the CAT team, we'd ask you, the mayor and the council, whenever you run into other groups, people, organizations, individuals that are concerned, asking about, looking for information around the overdose crisis and or mental illness, point them to us. That's a big ask and pretty simple for you guys to do. Also, other Canadian municipalities, they step through some interesting windows, and we understand on the CAT team that, for instance, drug addiction itself or housing is not the purview of the municipality. Yet other Canadian municipalities have stepped through some of those windows, and they are considering or have passed resolutions supporting that information and driving it up to senior government levels, provincial, federal. So some municipalities have actually passed resolutions supporting safe drug supply, as an example, or decriminalization of substances for personal use. Those are some things that we'd like to ask you to consider. I know it can be kind of daunting at times, but just tuck it away and sort of remember that any direction that the city provides to senior level governments can make a big difference. So along that vein, everything that we do is driven from evidence-based knowledge. And there's a lot of misconceptions that are driven around the 1980s sort of view of drug addiction, drug use, and substance mental illness that came out of the war on drugs. So we're here as a resource to you and individual counselors and you, the mayor, also to anybody that you run into where you can point them to us or you can come to us and talk to us and we will take you through the evidence-based knowledge that we have in 2021. There's a lot of misconceptions, so we can solve those, and that's part of that move towards stigma reduction. So that's kind of it. We're not asking for anything over the moon. Hopefully that's pretty simple and easy. We're open to questions to you at this point.
Thank you, Ron, and thank you, Mary Claire, as well. And Mary Claire, welcome to the position. I know that you're newly in this role, so it looks like you're diving right in, and we're really happy to have you in this role. So welcome.
Thank you.
Council, are there any questions? Councillor Haggard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank Ron and Mary Claire for the good work that they do in this community. You're both extremely passionate about this. However, it is very unfortunate that there is such a need for this group in our community. Firstly, to be advocates, but also to bring awareness to people in our community about the opioid crisis, because I certainly had no idea until I started working with this group, and it was very eye-opening for me. So it is unfortunate, but I think we can continue to do that good work and be advocates for you and help support you as well. So thank you for your volunteer work and all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Corbeil and then Councillor Poon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. Just a quick question, and it's more of an observation. I was looking at some statistics on overdose responses in BC communities, and if you look at Courtenay, Nanaimo, Campbell River, and Port Alberni, from 2018 to 2019, there was quite a drop in overdoses, and then in 2020 it went up. For example, in Port Alberni, it was 179 in 2018, down to 167 in 2019, and then 213 2020. And all four of those communities are somewhat similar. Is there any rationale for why there was a drop off in 2019? Has anybody got any thoughts?
I can answer that, Councillor Corbeil. I think we started the community action team here in Port Alberni in 2018, and the province morphed that up to, I think there was about eight teams in the province in the beginning year, and it's now around almost 30. So as that work began to happen, and the emphasis not just in community action teams, but in health authorities and so forth, started to morph towards what was going on with the overdose crisis, it started to make a difference. We saw a significant drop, and we were in the right trend in 2019. And then unfortunately for everybody, COVID-19 came along, and what we have seen is the numbers have gone off the board even worse than when we started in 2017. So the biggest cause and effect that we see, and I've gone through the numbers, I go through the numbers every month on the coroner's report. You could actually watch it trend neck and neck with COVID, and the worse COVID got, the worse the overdose crisis got. And there's lots of reasons for that I could go into, but just a couple to pique your interest is, as soon as we removed all of the community services that all of the marginalized people took for granted, they all ended up going to places where they used alone. And then the other significant impact, I want to make this clear so everybody here understands this, 80% of the overdose deaths happen to men between the ages of 25 and 55. And of those men who overdose and die, the majority of them are in single family dwelling units. That means they were not out on the street. They were not marginalized people. They were the average male family man who decided that for some reason he needed to use a drug, and he did it alone in his basement or his den and didn't tell anybody. So that's what's driving our numbers. And it's not surprising that in the middle of an epidemic, people would feel more stress, which causes them the need to use. Hopefully it's not the shortest answer, but I think it leads into what you were asking, Councillor Corbeil.
And I would also think that there was probably drugs that were spiked more with fentanyl and carfentanil and those kinds of things too.
You're absolutely right, Councillor Corbeil. The other thing we ran into, which was significant, we closed the border. All of those drugs that we took for granted that usually flow across the border now are hard to get. And they're produced now in our country, but what the illicit drug supply does is add in all kinds of other stuff, including fentanyl, carfentanil, et cetera, which makes them incredibly dangerous.
And I see now the federal government's, I think there's 4 communities that's embarking on a safe drug supply endeavor.
That's correct. And we see from our point of view, from evidence-based knowledge, that everything tells us in the last 10 to 15 years, we as a country, we need to get to safe drug supply. We need to get to decriminalization of drugs. And we have to move to a model across the borders or boundaries, which puts forward the fact that drug use is basically an illness that needs to be supported by fixing the social problems that created in the first place.
Thank you very much, Ron.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Poon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say how much I appreciate what the CAT team does. And I really think that, you know, if we can fight stigma and reduce stigma, that will be half the battle, just to for people to come forward and get the help that they need. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, I just want to emphasize what Councillor Poon has brought up. Stigma is probably the biggest single negative driving force that it creates so much havoc, not only for marginalized people, but for families. People who are using substances. It is so destructive. I also just wanted to point out that I want to thank the council and the city for both Council Helen Poon's participation and Deb, because they have been stalwart key people in our committee, and they have always supported us. So thank you to both of them.
Councillor Solda.
It's interesting listening to your words in that. And I think I believe the government is hearing more and more and understanding more and more about what's happening with safe injection sites and stuff. And I think because of COVID has brought it out more. And it seems when I listen to the news and that, they talk about it. I believe one bandage does not fit all. So there's reasons why people are having to go to a safe injection site, people shooting up and dying at home and stuff like that. So there's more, and I think there needs to be more help out there, and I believe the government hears it. But what I would like to know is if you could post your phone number so anybody at home watching this or knows someone that needs help, who do they call? And maybe you could just say your phone number and hopefully somebody takes it down and we save a life or something like that.
Certainly. My number is 250-731-8627. And Mary Claire, if you are okay, you can give your number as well. But if not, mine will work.
Yeah, I'm okay to give mine as well. And on the last slide, we actually have our contact information. My phone number is 250-809-4593. And you'll be seeing that we'll be increasing our social media presence. We have done recently even an ad on Facebook about the Lifeguard app. And so that's important, and it's important work that we continue, particularly during this pandemic, which is increasing a lot of issues, mental health issues for sure.
Even if you have little calling cards, you know, little business cards that you can put into businesses, you never know.
Yes, and we've recently engaged and with the Chamber of Commerce, and so we will be having a representative from the Chamber of Commerce participating now on our CAT table, which is absolutely fantastic. Terry Deacon is going to be the person that will be representing the Chamber and also NEO Employment Services.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So, and we do, just to emphasize that, we do have a Facebook page and a web page. And I'll just in case, I'll just add in the chat the web page link.
Thank you. Councillor Paulson.
Ron and Marianne, thank you so much for coming forward today and kind of giving us an overview. And I know that you are out there to be helpful to people who are looking for help. Maybe you could just give me a small, quick review of if somebody is reaching out to you for help, whether it be treatment or mental health help. What's your overview of the facilities in Port Alberni? Do people who are seriously looking for treatment, in particular with drug addiction, do they have to go out of town to a facility, or can we address that in our own community? I just like an overview, and if there's something we can do to help to get more services in Port Alberni, I think that might be a bit of a role for council.
Yeah, so to answer your question, Councillor Paulson, we have some great resources in community. There are some amazing organizations driven through VHA and other groups, standalone, not for-profit organizations. So just to name some of them, for instance, if there's mental health or substance issues going on, you can go to the Rogers Street Mental Health Unit, which is part of the VHA group. And they have excellent counselors, excellent resources. The thing I do know is that they're up to their eyebrows now. There has been an amazing number of referrals to them over the last 6 months, partly because of COVID, partly because of the overdose crisis. So a lot of these resources, doesn't matter where you are in the province, they're being overwhelmed. But we do have VHA resources. We have the Rogers Street Municipal, and the other one that's most important. So our intent is not to ever duplicate an existing service. So the one that we would drive people to instantly is BC 211. Which lists all of the services that are in community. You can do some great searches there. So if you're looking for shelter, if you're looking for resources around sobering, if you're looking for mental health, you can just put your criteria into BC 211, put in Port Alberni, and up will pop all of the existing groups. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, just want to thank you both again for the work that you're doing in our community, and to the rest of the people engaged in your committee and other projects in town. Look forward to hearing another update in the near future.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
And we'll move on now to the Alberni Valley Chamber of Commerce. We have a report or a presentation from Bill Collette.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
There we go. Now you can see it.
Hi,
Bill. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so my first presentation here is just quickly on the signs or the welcome signage for Port Alberni. And I'm going to have the deputy clerk kind of step forward here for me. So I'll just give her some prompts to go to the next slide. So next slide, here we go. So the first part, I just want to remind council what we've been doing, just a little bit of history on this project. So in September, we followed up on our initial presentation, included some ideas based on a $25,000 budget that we were told was kind of the target. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. So this was just giving you again some indicators of some of the ones that were kind of pointed at as being ideal. Parksville sign built in 2010, quite an expensive sign project, so really out of the scope of what I think we were looking for. But again, you know, certainly a nice welcome to the community sign. Next slide. The Noose Bay, this was one that was, you know, kind of pointed at as being an ideal kind of concept. The cost was certainly closer to the 25,000 budget, and it was developed by Scott Signs out of Parksville. Next slide. And this was another one that council liked, the Huayet territory sign, lovely sign, and it was done quite inexpensively. Next slide, please. So based on the, you know, the requirements from council, we reached out to a couple of organizations, and one being Scott Signs out of Parksville. So we talked to them about coming up with some ideas, and that was what we presented back in September. Next slide, please. So they came up with 3 similar designs. This was a sandblasted cedar sign, solid color finish, lettering and graphic elements to be aluminum, et cetera, et cetera. And then the bottom of the sign to be left unsandblasted to provide a texture and contrast to the upper portion. Next slide, please. This was a slightly different version of the same sign. Next slide. And this was the 3rd version, again, of the same design. Next slide, please. All 3 put together. So again, you can kind of see the size concept with the fellow by the truck and see what they were proposing. Next slide. This is the location that I think council has been looking at. So that's the, I guess that would be the north east side of Johnson Road by Walmart there at the corner of John Street, and just an aerial view of that. Next slide. And there it is superimposed on that corner, just one of the 3 examples. Next slide. So we talked about the budget and the potential costs, and when we analyzed it all, based on some assumptions, we came up with a price of just over $43,000. And again, that was not everything confirmed, but in that range for that particular sign, which we understood was still quite well beyond what council was hoping to spend. Next slide. So following that meeting, council asked us to go back to the drawing board, really, and that was fine. And so it was put out to the community to submit ideas to us, sort of as the quarterback for this project. So that was sent out in, I guess, late September, early October, and by Facebook and in the paper and other means. So that's the advertisement that went out. Next slide, please. This was, I think, the first one to come in, and this is a local company, Signworks. They're based out of Sprout Lake, and they came in with some really nice ideas here. So you can, they've done some nice homework on it, 10 feet high, 8 feet wide. So we'll go to the next slide to see kind of a better idea. So their concept was to have the same kind of signage in various areas throughout the city. Yeah, there we go. So they were talking about on, near the highway. So the various entrances to Port Alberni, which does make a lot of sense if that's within the budget that council can eventually consider. Next slide, please. So they've come up with some pricing, and so you can see that it's quite reasonable, and it certainly appears to fall in order with what council was looking at from a cost perspective. Again, this is a local organization to Port Alberni, Signworks, and you can see the proposal is signed by Cameron Appleton, who is one of the owners of that organization. Next slide. This came in by a local person. I don't know her, Carissa O'Donnell. It was sent to us. I believe she's a local artist. And so you can see what she's come up with here. Next slide, please. And here she's got a little bit of background on it, just some indicators of size and concepts and that sort of thing. So I won't go into too much detail there, but you can see what she's proposing. Next slide. This came in from another artist, Christy McCarthy. And I think she's focusing on the hole in the wall, and which has become a Port Alberni kind of tourism icon, and mountains in the background. And if you look at the next slide, please. She's got a slightly different viewscape on it, and but that's how she's presented her ideas to us. Next slide. And this is her again, so a slightly different concept on it, trees, mountains, and that sort of thing. So this is, you know, her initial drawings and for you to consider. Next slide. This one came in some years ago. And I'm not really sure who designed it, who came up with this, but I believe it was a former city employee. And I got name of someone that I believe the mayor thought it was originated from. And I reached out to that fellow, and he says it's not his design. So I'm not sure where it came from, but it is quite nice. So that's been kind of sitting on the books for some time as a potential design concept. Next one, please. This next series came in a little bit late. This came in from Susan Roth, a local resident, and she's designed something that is quite impressive here. And it seems to be more of a metal type of concept, featuring bears and trees and just kind of a design surrounding that. So if you want to step over to the next slide, please. And she's done her homework. She's got some sizing there so people can see what it would look like. She's also connected with Nanaimo Sheet Metal to be kind of the people that she would work with to complete this if council wanted to go in this direction. Next slide. Here's just a further information that she's provided with it. Again, some sizing so you can get a sense of you know, just what it would look like. And again, I think she's done her homework with the Nanaimo company on this. Next slide. And here's her pricing. Again, this is from Nanaimo Sheet Metal. So you can see that it's a little bit under $10,000. Now, again, there's going to be a lot of underground work and that sort of thing. So this is just one component of the overall cost using this particular one. And I think council needs to realize that all of these signs would have similar additional costs to them. Next slide, which is probably the last one. So this just kind of summarizes who's provided us with some information here. So we're just kind of waiting for next steps as to where council wants to head with this. The request to the community was out for quite a while, so we didn't get a lot of response, but we've got some. And I think personally, I think some are worth looking at. And so we're just looking for your direction on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill, for your work on this, and thank you to everyone who took the time to submit concepts. Council, questions or comments? Councillor Poon and then Councillor Solda.
Thank you. I really like some of these designs, and I just wonder if it's part of the plan to include lighting so that the signs are visible in the evening.
If you're asking me, Councillor Poon, I would certainly hope so. That's been a major criticism of the current signage up the highway, that it's not lit. So I would really hope that that becomes part of the plan. That and you know, just some beautification around the sign, whichever one you select. I would hope that we do a start to finish kind of concept and make it really attractive.
Thank you. And I would suggest that if council chooses a sign that they like, if there is one of these that we wanted to move forward on, the next step would be either a staff report or the chamber working with our staff. I'm not sure how that would work, but somebody bringing us a full concept on that sign. So what would the budget be for lighting? What would the budget be for engineering if required? What would the budget be for beautification and landscaping around, et cetera?
Yeah.
Councillor Solda.
I really like some of our local artists. I think they've done an amazing job, and I prefer local than going out of our community. And interesting regarding the lighting, maybe it's solar. You know, I have solar at home outside and it lasts a long time. The other thing too is the maintenance costs for some of the artwork. I'm just kind of curious to know how, when staff takes a look, maybe we could do maintenance in there too, just to have an idea. And I'm reference to maintenance cost. Okay. And Madam Mayor, also in some communities, you can have a picture opportunity in front of a sign. Hey, welcome to Port Alberni. Although the Chamber of Commerce has something like that up in their area. So it might be something we look into too.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I think your comment about maintenance is a really important one. We need to make sure that any new infrastructure that we put into the community has an understanding and expectation that we're going to maintain it. And we need to know what the ongoing cost of that is. So I think that would absolutely be included in whatever the next step is on this project, for sure. Were there other comments from councillors? Councillor Paulson.
Once again, I don't know what the next steps are to move this forward. There was 2 or 3 designs there that caught my attention, and perhaps we need to develop a process to narrow it down. And all of the design concepts for me needed some refining and some input. One of them was maybe just a little on the busy side, but I really liked the concept. So I don't know quite how we get down to the final proponent or the final 3 and work with them with design concept, if you will, and finality of design. But maybe that's through a staff report. I don't know.
Thank you. Other comments from council?
Also, I like that we were able to find some costs that got us closer to our desired cost threshold.
Thank you. So since I'm not hearing any specifics on which signs members of council had a preference toward, I just want to state that I absolutely love Susan Roth's design. I think that it is stunning. It is somewhat different from a regular sign. It really stands out to me. It looks like it's multidimensional. I love the bear on it. I love the forests and, the tree focus. And I think for me, it is the absolute top concept. And I think it's something we could carry throughout the community. I would see us moving forward if there is a consensus on council around if there's one of these that is the clear winner that we all agree on, then I would suggest we direct staff to bring back, an option for moving forward on that sign. If we want to think about this, look through the concepts again and come back at our next meeting and have another conversation on it, that's fine as well. I think, picking a sign doesn't necessarily mean that we're moving forward with that sign as is exactly. It could be a matter of staff coming back with some recommended changes and a budget and just for further consideration into moving this project forward. So I will turn it over to Councillor Poon and then Councillor Solda and then Councillor Haggard. and then Councillor Paulson possibly.
Well, thank you. I'm happy to support Susan Roth's proposal. I think that's a really nice design, and I would love to see some costs, that would be involved in making that a reality.
Thank you. Councillor Solda.
So, Madam Mayor, my concern on metal is, will it tarnish? You know how it goes rusty, like the guy out in front of City Hall? So how is that mitigated? Okay, so I love the design, and I would like to see all the concepts again, because, this is the first time I've seen, let's take a look and go 1, 2, and 3. Each of us can send to you 1, 2, or 3, which is our preference, and take it from there. I mean, we're going to be spending money. This is going to be our look of our community. We don't have to make that decision today, correct?
No, I would also suggest we don't make that decision in sending it to me anonymously.
Okay.
This is a piece of a public meeting. So I think if we want to think about it, there's absolutely no rush to move forward with this. So if there's not, one that people clearly choose to move forward with today, I think the next step would be just to bring it back at the next meeting after having a bit of thought.
I would like to do that. And this way we can vote on it. Like, here's number 1, this is what I like. And this is my second choice and my third choice. And then everybody else has the same. They'll equal up pretty fast.
Yeah, and we could do that anytime. We're going to vote on it regardless. So thank you.
But on Susan Roth's, I still would like to know, how do we preserve that metal from tarnishing and going rusty?
Sure. And I think we would be looking at the same for a wood sign. A wood sign is going to have maintenance too. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Hager.
I was wondering if Bill will be able to send us by email your presentation, so we can have a really good look at the designs. Or if Sarah has it, if she could send that out to us, because it was very quick. So that way we can spend some time on it to better talk about it and be better prepared at the next meeting.
I think that's a great idea, Councillor Haggard, and we can bring it back as an agenda item for the next meeting. Councillor Paulson.
Yeah, I too really liked that design. I thought it was very distinctive. It was the one that I kind of subliminally hinted that it might be a little bit on the busy side. Just might need to be refined a hair. But with Councillor Solda, I believe that particular design, and we'll just deal with that one for now, was an aluminum design, and it would be powder coated. So powder coating and aluminum don't respond to rust and stuff. Aluminum will pit, but it doesn't really deteriorate like hot metal or anything like that. So it's a different building. So, but I do like that design, and I have no problem with it.
Thank you. And I think the maintenance aspect will be a part of, all of these signs are going to require maintenance, and all of them would fade over time and that type of thing. So I think that piece of it we can leave to our staff to just tell us if there's some kind of issue with the concept that we like. We don't necessarily need to get into the specific details. Okay. So with that, I think that we can just receive this information for now, and staff will bring it back. Doesn't have to be at the next meeting. We'll have time to think about it regardless, so staff can bring it back to a future meeting with information for us to consider. Okay. Would somebody like to move receipt?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Solda, seconded by Councillor Paulson. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. And thanks, Bill, for the work you've done on this. Okay, and I have my computer on Do Not Disturb, so I'm not sure why all my notifications are coming through and making noises. So Bill, I know that you're on again now to present an update for McLean Mill. So go ahead whenever you're ready, and welcome Anita as well.
Okay, great. Thanks again for welcoming us for this presentation. So we did a year-end report for council. This is part of our agreement with the city of Port Alberni for the project. So just to remind council, we responded to your RFP 027-19 back in late 2019, and that that is what set the stage for us to be operating the McLean Mill site through 2020. So the next page, please. So the business of success, I wanted to go over that even before we were accepted and before we really got rolling. We started to put the wheels in motion for getting legal advice, insurance advice, and all of these are really important aspects into running any sort of business, because that's what we're doing. We're running a business out there. Once we were accepted, we obviously went through the process of recruiting management. We developed our business plan. We focused on a professional operation that really was focused on guest satisfaction, revenue development, sales growth, and sound business practices. Those were important aspects to us, and they remain that way. Highlight an example of one of the things we did, and this was with the advice of our insurance organization. We do not and did not allow fires in the campground anywhere on the site last year. And that was contrary to previous years when there was a little bit of camping out there and they were permitting fires. We recognized the importance of not doing so, and our insurance company highly advised that for us. So again, we really focused on doing the right thing. On the right side there, that's the next page. I just kind of go over a bunch of things here. March 1st last year, which is almost, a little more than 11 months ago, we held our first meeting with our staff, with all of our chamber staff. There was some city representation there, our volunteers, and we focused on where we were headed. And I kind of used baseball analogy to kind of get the message out there that what we were looking for. We expected to hit some singles and doubles and triples and maybe the odd home run. We also expected to receive a curveball or two. Well, we did. And the curveball we received was the same one that everybody's received, the big one, COVID-19. So that, of course, really affected us through 2020, and it's still affecting us. But at least we're on the same level playing ground as everybody else. So we're not crying the blues there. It's just it's our reality in today's world right now. Even when things got shut down, we remained very active in the background. We were busy, we were working. Not everybody, but a few of us were working full time while things were shut down in the spring of 2020. And we really focused on just getting our ducks in a row so that when we could open, we would be ready. By June, we had already been well underway with a complete revamp of the gift shop. We gutted it, we replaced flooring, we repositioned electrical so that we would have an entrance door and an exit door, something that had never really been done before. So we positioned that. We worked in our restaurant, setting it up for what we hoped would be food service capability. The campground was worked on. So all of these areas were being reviewed. Next slide, please. The other thing we really worked on was we redeveloped our website, mcleanmill.ca. We took that on internally at first, and we were fairly pleased with it. But we also realized as we moved through the year that we needed it to be even better. So today it's we took a second step late in the year and had it professionally done, and we're very pleased with it. We've got we're very much an online presence. We sell online. We are selling goods and product online all the time. In the month of December, we sold and shipped to Port McNeill, to Victoria, to Parksville, Oslo, Norway. We've got this presence, we're capable of doing it, and we actually do it through two different websites, our mcleanmill.ca and the Chamber of Commerce operated Better by portalberni.ca. So we're very focused on that. We run this, as I said earlier, as a business. We conducted a full physical inventory count at the end of or at the beginning of January for our year-end reporting required by our accountants. And by the way, the chamber has to do a full annual audit every year. So this is not a notice to reader. This is a full audit. They look for everything. And our inventory came in at 0.88 of 1% inventory loss, which is excellent, by the way. And so we're really pleased with that. And that included the Chamber's gift shop as well. So it's basically 3 sites: the Chamber gift shop, McLean Mill gift shop, and the food services at the McLean Mill. In the summer of 2020, we opened. We opened July 1st with the gift shop. We opened around July 11th with food services. Food services were clumsy, were difficult because we didn't really understand, and we were conscious of what was allowed, what wasn't allowed. So we treaded very, very carefully in that area. August 2020, we brought in music. You know, we know that local artists were looking for things to do and get out there. And so we brought them in a safe outdoor environment, and people enjoyed it. So we had music in the park for the month of August and September. On the right side there, I give tons of credit to Anita Sutherland, who's on the call here with me today. She took on the gift shop, not only at McLean Mill, but here at the Visitor Center as well. So we have 2 of the nicest gift shops in Port Alberni, for sure. And the one at the McLean Mill has really been a feature. And just because of that particular business concept, we were able to adapt to the COVID rules rather easily, much easier than the other areas of our business. You can see on that page that she came up with some drawings as to what it would look like. The graphic on the left there. The one on the bottom left shows the ladder inside as we were redoing it. Bottom right shows inside as well as we were redoing it. Next slide, please. You can see the top there. This is what what the gift shop looked like in July last year. At the bottom, you can see what it looked like in December from the outside. And by that time, we had much more inventory in there. So very impressive. So again, I want to emphasize the hard work that Anita did and that we all did. Our staff out there did just a great job with our gift shop, and we're very, very proud of it. And we think the city should be as well. The next slide on the right side there, you can see our revenues in 2020. So we have pulled everything from our Sage accounting. And again, I emphasize that we do a full annual audit every year. Our books right now are in to Rob Anderson and Associates, working on our year end for 2020. So pulling the data out of our books, you can see that we had just over 189,000 in revenue, which of course included the 150 from the city of Port Alberni. It also included the heritage fee. So as a reminder, the heritage fee is 10% of everything we sell. So we add that to everything, whether it's a hamburger, whether it's a campsite, whether it's a chocolate bar sold out of the gift shop, a wedding, whatever, 10%. And I remind council that because we're running 2 gift shops and because we're having product flowing from each of the 2, we recognized right away that we didn't want to have different pricing here at the Visitor Center than at McLean Mill. So we immediately instituted the 10% heritage fee here at the Visitor Center as well. So that's an important consideration that, you know, ongoing, it's not only 10% at McLean Mill, it's 10% here in our gift shop. And our best year here in the gift shop was 2016. We were around $80,000 in revenue. So you can see that the heritage fee revenues can be significant once we've got a clearer future. If you, on the right side of the screen there, you can see the expenses for 2020. Adds up to slightly more than the revenue, and that was expected. But again, you can also see that we managed it very, very well. It's not significantly more. I'm comfortable putting this in front of our board of directors. That's who I report to. And so I think we did very, very well. And so these are, again, exact data taken out. I should point out that my wages are not included in here. And I did spend a lot of time working on the McLean Mill side of our operations all year. So there's nothing in here that represents Bill Collette's wages or my support staff here in the visitor center. You know, you might look at numbers like, you know, rental, office space. One of our biggest challenges at McLean Mill is we don't have internet. It's very, very difficult to operate a business when you can't operate the business where the business is. So that's a challenge for us. So Anita has an office here in our building. Next slide. You can see what they're saying. These are comments taken from social media comments that we received, and some we received just by email. So I won't read those out to you, but you can see that there is lots of positive comments, and we're very, very proud of those. On the right side, the did you know? You know, things that we don't really realize. We had a small event booked for last June that was paid for early in the year. A group, historical group out of a university in the UK. We're coming out here specifically to visit the McLean Mill, staying in Port Alberni, spending their money here in Port Alberni. And while the McLean Mill wasn't looking at a huge invoice for them, the city of Port Alberni, the restaurants and the hotels and stuff would have received a whole lot more. And that's an important aspect to everything we do out there. We're inviting people from across the planet. A group from Sweden, they come out every year, but every year it gets larger. And they were booked as well. Weddings, we had a ton of weddings booked, and all of them got refunded. And it should be noted that refund included everything. Some venues did not refund their wedding clients 100%. We did. We applied for a grant in late in 2020 with the New Horizons for Seniors program. I communicated with them last week, and they haven't made announcements yet, but reading between the lines, I'm very, very comfortable in suggesting that I think we're going to be successful with that. And the application was designed a lot by Anita. Give her credit for coming up with this acronym, the Bike Seat Program. Socialize, exercise, adventure, technology for seniors. And so the whole concept was get them out there socializing, get them doing some exercise, get them out in the woods, adventure, and then bring them back to the Grand Hall and teach them a bit about technology, areas that they might wish to learn about. So that's how our grant was set up. And again, we're really hopeful that we will get that. Next slide, please. Trying to go through this fairly quickly. I realize I only have 10 minutes. The future. We believe that we are on the right track. We believe that we can be successful, and I think we've demonstrated our abilities. We've demonstrated financial prudence. We've demonstrated that we have the right people, the right ideas. If you look there at the graphic, a story walk was supposed to happen this coming weekend. Actually, it was supposed to happen in December. Then it got deferred to this coming weekend, and sadly, the health restrictions continue to delay that. But we've rebooked it for next fall. It's the story of the mitten. And of course, we can't do the story of the mitten in July. So that'll defer to the fall or to the winter. And again, this is a project that we are working on with a local organization to tell the story of the mitten. I'd like to, again, remind that the future can be very successful out there. We need confirmation of agreement with council. We need to know that that is that we're allowed to continue, that we're encouraged to continue. We need to be successful with the removal from the ALR. That's an important aspect here. We need some semblance of normalcy due to COVID. I mean, you know, it's very difficult to get going fully while we've got that hanging around us. And a side comment is the implementation of the MRDT, which I know the mayor and Councillor Haggard and others are aware of. That's an important aspect for our future marketing. So those are key points in moving forward. As you look at that page, you'll see that predicting the future based on those bullet points above, that by 2023, if those bullet points are successful in the next few months, I see no reason why we can't be doing 100,000 a year in our gift shop. No reason why we can't be doing 75,000 or more in food services, 150,000 or more in event revenues with weddings and corporate retreats and that sort of thing. 50,000 a year in campground revenue is not out of the scope of reality. 25,000 in tours, that should be achievable, especially if we can get to community-wide tours that we so much want. And again, I remind that 400,000 that is possible by 2023, again, based on those bullet points, translates to $40,000 in heritage fee, and that doesn't include the chamber visitor center component, which would obviously add to the 40,000. Next slide, or the one on the right there. Yeah, that's fine. It's okay to stay there. Go ahead and move to the next one. Thank you. So that map there was created for the follow the mittens on the map. So when you look at this this presentation separately, you'll see how it looks there. But it was a really nice plan to teach kids about the history of the McLean Mill through the story of the mitten. Just a wonderful little program, and I give a lot of credit to Anita and the organization Pacific Rim Childcare for putting this together. It looks really, really wonderful. And that should be happening this coming fall or winter. Next slide. Oh, on the right there, sorry. 2021 post-COVID. We want to improve our mapping. We want to develop an evening market. We've tried markets here in Port Alberni, us at the Chamber, we've tried downtown and other areas, and we're always struggling with wind problems. But if we had a market at the McLean Mill, we don't have the wind problems in front of us. We have this beautiful venue, outside venue. So we'd like to explore that. We will be aggressively continuing our online sales and bookings. Things like Mother's Day, Easter, Father's Day, all of these events will happen once permitted. Jeepers Creepers was very successful when it was done through the McLean Mill Society. We want to improve our trails. We know, and I've been talking to the CAO about this, there's ideas about trails development out there that can be and should be explored. Running trails, walking trails, biking, whatever. We're working with ADSS grad group right now, local dance groups, the Pacific Rim Children and Families, as I mentioned, musicians. We currently have 1 wedding booked for May, 1 in June, 4 in July, 3 in August, 1 in September, and 2 in October. We're working with Live History Shows. That's an organization out of Ottawa that does shows similar to the Tin Pants that was so successful here in the past. And they travel Canada-wide going to heritage sites, and they would love to come to Port Alberni. And it's not that expensive. We've got a group from Victoria called the Seniors Ageless Adventure Tours. They're booked for August. Heritage Christmas event. We had a significant donation or sponsorship for the one that was scheduled in 2020. And that sponsor has left the money with us to sponsor for 2021. significant and very, very easy to work with when you have that kind of community support. I've highlighted in red, we're really focused on signage for the historic site. And that's going to be a real focus for us. We want to improve site appeal with more vegetation, flowers, continue with music in the park. And just as a note, even though we're not aggressively marketing the site right now because of ALR and because of all the other headwinds, we're still getting interest. We're fielding up to 2 calls per week on average for weddings. Next slide, please. So on the left there, you can see some of the concept drawings for our signage. We really need signage in the historic site. That signage should be in front of every building. People would stop and look and read about it and understand what is the history of that building. If you go back a few pages, you'll see some of the comments that people made. They recognize the value of the history, and we need to broadcast that value. And currently, we're not doing a good job of that. So this is a major project for us that we really want to pursue. So you can see what we've come up with the workers' house and the cookhouse. On the right there, financial plan 2021. We know that there's about $12,000 that is owing right now to currently booked weddings for 2021 that were booked and paid for in 2019. That's a problem. We know that that's out there, and we have to, that's a liability that we have, and we share it with the city. We've agreed already to, on our own, invest in security for the non-historic area, and that security is already in place. And Anita and her husband, Mike, have been taking the lead on that, and cameras are already installed. And we realize that's an important thing. We've got to protect our asset, as we all know. And so we're footing the bill for that. I mentioned last year, we really wanted to improve our fencing around the caretaker site. That ugly orange plastic fence looks awful. We couldn't get it done in 2020. But I did run into a potential sponsor again last week, and we're still talking about getting that done. So some corporate support may be in place for that. So we are asking, we again ask for the $150,000 to operate this site as we've demonstrated we can do properly. We believe that we can easily decline those numbers, reduce those numbers year to year. Again, we need COVID behind us. We need ALR resolved. We need some of these things, these boxes ticked so that we can achieve our goals. And I think council will be very impressed by end of 2022 into 2023 if we can reduce the headwinds. And I remind too that even in 2020, we had a $40,000 component of the city budget that we could draw on to use for liabilities that nobody was aware of. And we drew 25% of that. The remaining 75% is still with the city. So I think, again, we're demonstrating financial prudence. Next slide. Just quickly going over here, just look at the bottom there where it says, in the meantime, we're going to continue with our website growth, our online store, our online booking systems, direct connection with the visitor center. That's really important. We offer that. We're so connected. It can really improve visitations out there. More grant applications. Even if we're not successful with the one we've got, we're going to apply for more. Ample insurance, support for our on-site caregiver. Caretaker is available 24/7. It is the caretaker who reported the leak that's been so challenging for everybody. Commitment to year-round operations. That's really important. That place is busy every day of the year. Almost guarantee you that there's people walking the site right now. It's a beautiful day. I formally guarantee that there is. people walking out there right now. You'd be surprised on going out there any Saturday or Sunday afternoon and the people pulling up in their trucks and cars and pulling out e-bikes and 10 speeds and whatever other kind of bikes they have, or taking their dog for a walk. And it's happening every single day. Our commitment is to continue to keep the site clean. Garbage collection is managed by us. The lawns are kept and managed by us, by the caretaker. And this year we're going to support him with chamber staff. As I said, commitment to signage, significant investment in marketing strategies. And, you know, I really believe in online marketing, so does Anita. And we are very focused on that. Team development, training, really important. Our staff are all trained on how to conduct an inventory, how to manage the square system. They know what that means. They are well trained, and we've gone a step further, and we've got all our staff trained on food safe, on our hook. And this is good employee development, both for the present, for us, and for their futures. All our staff are trained through Destination BC tourism training. And we'll continue with our focus on environmental best practices, sustainability, and that sort of thing. And we're well connected to the museum. And bottom line, we're focused on success. Next slide, please. Oh, it's on the right there. And the point there, you know, one thing we realized, and again, I give credit to Anita for reminding me of this. 2026 is the 100-year anniversary of the McLean family opening up the McLean Mill. Think about that, 5 years away. We established ourselves as we know we can, and as we are already demonstrating, we can position ourselves to have a 100-year anniversary in 2026. We know that there's lots of desire to start up steam again. We know that. We know that that's really challenging and really costly. But there is no harm in us targeting 5 years from now that perhaps we can do something in that area. Whether it's limited presentations, whether it's a one-of, whether it's multi-day stuff, we don't know. But if we're given the opportunity to succeed, we will succeed. And we will commit to a 2026 celebration of 100 years of the McLean Mill National Historic Site. Last page, please. And I want to really thank all of these organizations and individuals that have helped us out this past year. Chances are I've forgotten somebody, and I really apologize for that. But many, many organizations, many people that when we asked for something, their immediate answer was yes. So that's my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And thanks, Bill. I'm sure there will be questions from council. I just wanted to start by thanking you and Anita for the work you're doing out there and everyone else who's working on it as well, but specifically the two of you. And while McLean Mill remains, you know, a challenge, and I know that you know that as well. And you know, there's issues, there's challenges. There always has been. These things have existed since long before you were involved in McLean Mill. I think it will always be a challenge to some extent. I couldn't be happier with the direction that you're going out there and the vision that you two have brought to it. So doesn't make it any less frustrating when you know, things like oil spills do happen, or the other, you know, challenges that have gone on out there. But I do feel that we're on the right track. So just want to really appreciate the work that you guys have put into it and the progress that's been made.
Thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Solda and then Councillor Haggard.
Thank you, Bill, for the presentation. It would be really great if we could get a copy of that presentation, because it's the first time I've seen it, and looking on my little iPad and trying to look at the figures and all the things that you've written, I can't, it's really small. So it would be great to have a copy of that. And just like the mayor alluded to regarding the issues that McLean Mill has had, and I'm one that is trying to, I believe in the cart before the horse, you know, no, the horse before the cart. And I would like to solve the issues that we have. And that's regarding the ALR, the dam, the oil spills, all those little things that we have that are big dollar issues that we need to solve. And but my main thing is to get a copy, please, so I could take a look at it and look at your figures and stuff. So that would be really great. Thank you.
Thank you. That will be sent out to council. Councillor Haggard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bill, you said something right at the very beginning of your presentation that really brought it home to me, was that you're operating a business. And I think that's the first time that somebody has really looked at McLean Mill as a business operation. So I appreciate the business mind that you're bringing to this, to McLean Mill. And I think this summer tourism is still not going to be what it's used to. It's going to be more locals. And by locals, I mean people of Vancouver Island. And I'm sure that you and Nita are already strategizing on how we can get people from Vancouver Island to come and visit McLean Mill, because I think that's where we're going to be getting our visitors from again this summer. And by creating these community events, and I think I've said this before too, is that's really how you bring people into the community to bring in support for McLean Mill, is having these different types of community events. And I was one of those people, bought a ticket for the light up, so I was very disappointed that it was canceled. My grandkids were coming up from Shawnigan Lake to attend that, but we'll attend next year. How's that? So, and again, thank you to Anita for all your hard work that you're doing. You have a vision, and I'm looking forward to seeing where you're going to take it in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Corbeil. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Bill, if you have a comment to add first.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Councillor Haggard. And one of the things I didn't mention was, you know, if you look at 2020, virtually all of our guests out there were local people. We had no tourism, very, very little tourism. So you look at our sales in the gift shop, that was local Port Alberni people, probably 90% of our sales. We're seeing people out there all the time that, you know, they come out there with their tail between their legs, basically saying, you know, I haven't been here for years. And then they come back the next day because they enjoyed their trip. So just wanted to emphasize that.
Thank you. Councillor Corbeil.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple things. I'm a little bit concerned when we're talking weddings for the summer. There's an awful lot of experts that are saying things won't go back to normal till at the earliest the fall of 2021. I can just see having to shell out money back to weddings that are canceled. Another concern I had when I hear another farmer's market, I think, oh, great. We already seem to be, you know, we can't seem to zero in on one farmer's market. Do we need a third one? And yeah, lastly, on just, you know, the whole world is upside down, and there's a lot of businesses that are sitting back and waiting. And I'm not so convinced that it's a great idea to be booking weddings and the like until, you know, the vaccine starts to work its way through the system.
If I may respond to Councillor Corbeil, first of all, the weddings I referred to were all booked in 2019 for 2020, and then deferred from 2020 to 2021. So these aren't necessarily new bookings. We are getting inquiries, and we are providing the courtesy to people where we're touring them through the site, or we're talking to them via Zoom or via phone call, but we're very upfront with them. They know that we've got issues. That obviously the health issues is number one. They know that, or we're not hiding the ALR situation with anybody. So we're being very, very honest and prudent in our relationship building with our clients. So, and again, with these weddings, what would be refunded to them is money that was paid in the past, and it's currently sitting there essentially as a liability that was part of that 40,000 earmarked for us in 2020. And some of these wedding parties, rather than cancel, they postponed. So that's what you're looking at. In terms of the farmers markets, I agree with you, Councillor Corbeil. We don't need a third one. We'd like to talk to these people and get them together. That's what we're looking at doing. We're not looking at competing or anything like that. We're looking at alternatives. to build together as a team. And so that's what we'll go out and do. We'll make that offer, and if they select, or if they decide to participate, that would be wonderful. But we don't want to water it down even any further. So just to clarify those 2 points.
Thank you.
I
Councillor.
could also just make a point that with the weddings, for yesterday, for example, I had 3 inquiries about weddings, and they were 2022, 2023. So there's a lot of brides that are looking and grooms that are looking further out. But I am, like Bill had said, very clear in terms of what that means, and very upfront about whatever the provincial health orders are at the time is what we'll have to work with. And we do have some parties that are interested in something this summer, but willing to be incredibly creative. Like if that means it's 50 people, then we're going to figure out how that works with 50 people. And if it means none, then, so be it. They understand that as well. But definitely a lot of interest in the property. I think it's because it's unique and it's not just a hall, right? And because there is the opportunity to do something outdoors, it actually makes us quite popular right now as opposed to other venues. So it gives us a bit of an advantage, actually.
Thank you. And I think once we finish with councillor questions, I will ask the CAO just to give an update on the ALR application. Councillor Paulson, did you have your hand up?
Thank you for your presentation, Bill. And I too echo those thoughts. I would like to get my hands on the presentation so we can go through it. We're entering into budget season, so this will be, I'm sure, part of the discussion. I was very happy to see a longer term business plan, and to see that you've been sitting behind your desk there, being quite creative, you guys. I guess one question that I have, and I don't know if you have been able to track this in the past, and 2020 isn't a fair year where you said about 90% of business was local. I'd be interested to know in past years what percentage of our business was local and what percentage was import or from out of the Valley area. And I'm a supporter of heritage. I come from deep heritages in central Alberta, and my council's going to get tired of hearing me say this, but if we don't know where we came from, we can't be certain of where we're going. And that's my feeling on heritage, and I do support it, and I think it is important. So thank you for your report, Bill.
Great. If I may respond to the local versus visitors concept, I think we're all seeing that local people are desperate to get outside, as everybody is across the planet. And they can't go next door. So they got to go in their own yard, and we're part of their yard. And we're seeing that just constantly. So certainly 2020, far higher proportion of local visitors versus external visitors, which, now that we've trained them on really what they've been missing, we expect they're part of our customer base. The local people, now part of our customer base. So we're not only going after the tourism, we're going after your neighbor. We want them out there.
Thank you. Councillor Poon, did you have a comment?
No, nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. And anything from yourself, Councillor Washington?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My wife and I did do some shopping online, and both Anita and Bill were very helpful. And it was nice to be able to shop online and shop local at the same time.
Yeah, thank you. The Better by Port Alberni initiative was a fantastic one. And the McLean Mills page looked fantastic. Okay, so with that, seeing no more questions, would council like to move receipt of this report? Moved by Councillor Solda, seconded by Councillor Poon. I think I've just received the actual report in our email. So council, if there are any additional questions, you're welcome to ask them at the next meeting after reviewing that information as well. So with that, we will call the question. All in favor on receipt? Carried. Thank you very much. And thanks, Bill and Anita, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on. There's no unfinished business. So staff reports, item number 1 is accounts. Councillor Washington.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the certification of the Director of Finance dated February 8, 2021 be received and checks numbering 147939 to 148026 inclusive and payments of accounts totaling $475,579.10 be approved.
Second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Carried. And, Councillor Paul, you have a question?
You just kind of skipped over E there.
I have unfinished business, nothing.
I've got Director of Corporate Services follow up to Mr. Roland Smith's questions.
Okay, I have Twyla, if anything else has changed in the agenda since I printed it, please let me know. I'm sorry, mine is blank. I have the older version.
Okay, apologies. Sorry for any confusion, but Councillor Pearson, yes, we do have just unfinished business, and it is just to follow up with Mr. Roland Smith's questions from the January 25th regular meeting. Specifically, he asked about the city-owned upper lot and where that was, and just for a copy of the agreement between the city and Island Timberlands for the barn. So that has been shared with Mr. Smith. And just wanting to let council know that that's the mechanism that we can report back to council when questions are submitted at previous meetings.
Thank you very much, and sorry for missing that. I must have I don't know how I got this version, because it's different. Council, are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, would somebody like to move receipt of the verbal update?
Move receipt.
Moved by Councillor Poon, seconded by Councillor Washington. And Councillor Paulson, did you have a question or were you seconding? Seconding, perfect. Okay, pre-voting, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much for the update. Okay, so we've done accounts. Moving on to item 2 of staff reports then from the Manager of Community Safety, 3629, 3633, and 3655 4th Avenue remedial action.
Okay, whoops, now what have I done this? Thank you, Madam Mayor. On November 23rd, Council passed a remedial action requirement for the property 3629, 3633, 3655 4th Avenue. On January 11th, Council, in response to the property owner's request, extended the timeline to comply with the remedial order by an additional 14 days, and that deadline was on January 26th, 2021. Staff conducted site visits on January 18th and February 1st, and there were many outstanding deficiencies, including the fact there are 9 recreational units and an older budget-style van used for housing. 3 of the units are tied into the property's sewer system without inspection or permits, and refuse continues to accumulate. The present condition of the building and the use of the property contravene city bylaws and compromise the safety of both the occupants and emergency response personnel who respond to the calls at this location. Council has 2 options: that council, in the absence of progress being made on the part of the property owner to address the remedial action requirements, return to an in-camera meeting of council to consider next steps. And option 2 is that council provide alternate direction. Given this is a property matter, staff are recommending that council may wish to consider next steps in a closed meeting of council. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Council, are there any questions on this? Councillor Solda.
So, Madam Mayor, are we going to go into an in-camera on this, or do we, what are we going, where are we going? I just have an issue that if it was you or me or anyone who had a little trailer hooked up or a couple of little trailers in a backyard, we would be, bylaw would visit us and we would have to do something. And I've had a lot of people say that to me, you know, why, what are we doing? And they want to know what we're going to do.
Thank you. Are you of the impression, I'm just trying to understand your comment, that our bylaw is not doing anything about this?
Oh, no, I know we're giving fines and we're doing everything, but we need to, what are we going to do? How are we going to move forward to with our order? We have a motion on the floor from past. So I would like to know
Yes, we don't have a motion on the floor, but there is a suggested motion in our agenda.
Sorry,
and
I'm
so-
talking about past motion, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand
Yeah.
your comment. So I do know that our bylaw office does continue to work with this property owner and continue to ticket where necessary. I have heard in the community, you know, if I have a travel trailer on the road, bylaw will come along and tell me to move it, and I have to move it. So why are we doing nothing about the 4th Avenue trailers? And anecdotally, I've heard that a few times, and I think the difference is, if bylaw comes and asks me to move my vehicle, I move it. And if our bylaw officers goes and ask, this property owner to move the trailers, there's not the same level of compliance that there would be from you or I. So I think that our bylaw officers are working very hard trying to come to a resolution on this. And I think it's important for us to not diminish that, because this is not an easy file to address. So the suggested motion is that we, not that we just stop working on it, but that we take our conversations in camera, which, as we know, we are permitted to do. And it gives us the option to explore legal options, which we would, of course, do in camera and not in front of the public. Council certainly can direct otherwise, and we can have conversation about that here today if there's other actions that council would like to take. And if not, then our next step would be to discuss this in camera. Councillor Corbeil. Oh, sorry, I thought I saw your hand. Did I see another hand up? Councillor Washington and then Councillor Kuhn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Pardon me if I missed in the report, but are we responding, is the fire department and the RCMP responding to these addresses a lot lately?
Yes, Madam Mayor. The calls have almost doubled in the last year, and the RCMP are there almost daily, on a daily basis in there, just for various reasons. Sometimes it's medical, sometimes it's for criminal activity and other things.
Thank you. Councillor Poon.
Thank you. I'd like to move the suggested motion.
I'll second it.
Thank you. And any other comments? Councillor Haggard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question. I know that they are in breach of our city bylaws, but I feel that they're also in breach of COVID regulations. Now, is that part of bylaw, or is that part of RCMP? Like, I'm wondering if the owner is getting fined for breaking bylaw regulations that the province has set. Do you know, Gayleen, or?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's convoluted because our bylaws say that you can have 5 unrelated people living in the same residence. So we're not, because we don't regulate the trailers, we don't know exactly how many people are in the RV. So I suspect there is a public health piece to it. We've been talking to Vancouver Island Health Authority about it. Could be an RCMP thing, but we don't know exactly who's living in those trailers. And back to previous comment, we usually get voluntary compliance, and rarely does council have to resort to orders. So that's why staff is recommending the next steps to go in an in-camera meeting.
Thank you for that. Council, just for full transparency, I did meet with this property owner as well. And, just recognizing that this is an incredibly difficult situation. We have an immense housing shortage in this community, and the biggest aspect of that is housing for our most vulnerable citizens. So I believe that at this point, all types of housing, are needed, and it's a really challenging situation, as all of council is aware, to be looking at trying to shut down housing that is the lowest barrier housing in our community. And with that said, I also think that no housing is better than housing that puts people at significant risk. And I believe that these trailers put people at absolutely significant risk. So when I met with the property owner, I did reiterate that council is willing to look at other options and work with the property owner if he wants to come into compliance, but that we have minimum safety standards that are not negotiables, and these trailers do not meet those standards. So moved and seconded to move this item in camera for further consideration. Seeing any more comments? No, then all in favor. Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Galen. And item number 3 from the Director of Finance, we have the 5-year financial plan 2021 to 2025, bylaw number 5023. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in front of you today is a report that summarizes some of the changes that staff have brought forward for recommendations for Council's approval. Number 1 is the insurance change, and obviously with our latest shift to go to MIABC, there was a cost savings by moving that way. Obviously, a little bit more than what is proposed in the financial plan, but understanding that we want to take some means to address any other risks that we review as we go through the year. With the shift to MIABC, they're providing us with the opportunity to look at better options and look at options for our risk mitigation. Secondly, there was the option to provide some funding to the Roger Creek, linking the Roger Creek trails. Our Director of Engineering has reviewed the plan and the proposed grant application, understanding that if we want to undertake this work in 2021, there's a fish window that we need to address in late summer. So some work needs to be done with engineering and consultants in order to provide the ability to get this work done in 2021. Of course, this will be taking some of the funding that was reduced with the insurance reductions and funding the Roger Creek capital work there. And then finally, there was the question about the RCMP storage, which has been refined. So what happened was a placeholder was put in when we were discussing with E-Division, and at that time, the scope of the work wasn't understood. So we've gone back and we reviewed what is required, and in the financial plan, if council agrees, is $20,000 for that storage, moving down from 50, but also putting in $7,000 for some work to do some renovations to allow IDEN to use some space at the RCMP facility. So with that, the implications are still at 3.95% as far as tax increase for every property allocation within the financial plan. We will further refine that and provide non-market change at our next council meeting. With that, we'll also look at putting the year-to-date balances in. We feel like we should have the reconciliations done to a point where we can start putting in our year-to-date for comparisons for council's review. So with that, that's all I have for this staff report.
Are there questions from council on this? Councillor Paulson.
I guess I just need a little clarification. I have 3 small questions here. It's referred to that reserves are being used to reduce the current plan to 3.9% from 10%. Andrew, I knowing you, it's in our financial plan already, but I'd just like some clarification on what reserves are being used for what projects. Also on page 66, there's a comment that priorities were shifted. And I'm just curious to know what priorities were shifted. That's a comment on page 66 of our agenda. And the last but not least, I want to thank you very much for the costing estimate of the RCMP retro pay. It's a pretty significant amount. And I do have some concerns. I know that we're talking about taking the RCMP reserve, but I think we have to be aware of not running that RCMP reserve down to dangerous levels in case we do get hit with an investigation. It costs us over and above. Anyway, reserves being used to reduce the plan, and curious what priorities were shifted is referred to in page 66. And thanks for the $900,000 guesstimate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Paulson. So with the reserves, what happened was instead of shifting the projects to use tax funds. We blended the general reserve fund that we have. So that's our non-restricted reserves to enable us to manage a tax rate that was a little bit lower than the 10% that we originally had in the 2021 plan from 2020. So we're using non-restrictive reserve funds. So this is our general reserve fund. We also are blending the use of some of our carbon tax, our gas tax, just a blend of all of our reserve funds, Councillor Paulson, so that we could manage a reasonable tax increase for 2021. When it comes to shifting of the priorities, we had some strategic plans for 3rd Avenue and Argyle was on the next docket for 2021. With that, those projects have been shifted backwards so we could focus on the Connect the Keys. So that was kind of the balancing of moving funding to that rather than continue with the work that would have been planned for 2021 on Argyle Street. And with the RCMP reserves, obviously it is a concern that we have that. We are fully funded at $2 million for our max. Obviously the estimated amount that we've been provided for around $900,000 is a significant hit on that. But we would still contribute to that fund and top it up. Staff should bring forward a report on the emergency reserve fund and some planning, because we do have other exposures such as our community policing now that is coming from that fund. And obviously we are putting that $27,000 from the RCMP renos and storage upgrades in from that fund also. So those are little hits to that fund, but obviously every year we will replenish that as we have any surpluses from RCMP.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Other questions from council? Okay, Andrew, I was going to ask you just about next steps for the budget process.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did forget, I did make a note here that there is something in our table. So the questions that are within our original CAL meeting, and then we've had some emailed questions, are included in the staff report. But there was one component within there that wasn't provided with the agenda, and that was for question 16. That was the dollar amount for both CUPE at the 2% increase and council at the 1.5% increase. And with that, there's approximately $240,000 in CUPE increases from 2020 to 2021. And council's was about $2,500 approximately from 2020 to 2021.
Thank you very much.
And next steps, obviously, we have the committee of the whole meeting next week. That's on the Tuesday. We have the family day stat. So it'll be 4 o'clock on next Tuesday on the 16th. And really it's council's opportunity to bring forward any questions that they might have. And we can discuss the non-market change and possibly the year to date. I was targeting the year to date for the 22nd meeting, but if we can get that in for the next committee of the whole, that would be great. But really looking for council to provide some more questions, any more input at this time, because yeah, it'd be great to hear if council has any further questions so we can prepare for next week.
Thank you. Council, are we feeling like there's questions unanswered about the budget at this point so far? What information do we need staff to bring to the next meeting? Councillor Solda.
Just a quick question. I didn't see anything in our 5-year plan regarding the pool for doing the pool. I know you're working, Mayor Minions, with the regional district regarding a new pool, but shouldn't we be putting some money into the kitty, into a fund for a new pool?
So I think that would be at the direction of council, and we certainly could. We haven't established that practice yet. And just to clarify, we are all working with the regional district. That is a full council and full board discussion. It is not just the regional district board. So there's been facilitated sessions that all of council has been invited to. Andrew, are you able to comment on if we have put money away specifically for the pool? And yeah, it's just I don't think that concept has been brought forward.
Madam Mayor, this is going back to when I was at the ACRD, and I think there was a commitment on the city's behalf to provide some funding from our Parks and Rec Reserve to study the pool and the feasibility of doing that with the ACRD. But I'm just doing this off a recall, so I don't know if the CAO might clarify that or might want to add to that, but that's what I recall.
Madam Mayor, it's been some time and I don't have full recollection either, but I do recall that previously in the process, we committed to funding some studies at the regional level. But we'd have to look at the details of that and bring those back.
Yeah, and Councillor Solda, if you're suggesting that we start an annual contribution into a capital reserve for the fund or for the pool, replacement of the pool, then we absolutely, I mean, council can direct that at any time, but we haven't directed that yet, and the last council didn't either. So that's not a current practice that's happening.
And maybe we should start, because I'd like to know what our lifespan now is left on the pool. And actually, when I was referring to you about the regional district, I know you are the voice of council over there with Ron Paulson. So that's how I meant it, just so you know.
Yes, but just to be clear, we, Councillor Paulson and I will not be having conversations about the pool without all of council present, because that is a full board to full council conversation.
Okay.
So it's not, we're not having ongoing conversations outside of that process.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Councillor Corbeil?
Yeah, just to be clear, it was December of 2019 when the entire council met with the regional district. And at that meeting, there was going to be, staff was going to, through 2020, put together a plan for the pool. Now, I'm sure COVID has messed things up a little bit, but that's, in my view, is not good enough. We should be on that. And I don't know where that's at, if it's even being talked about anymore.
Thank you. So the only thing that I can add from the regional district is that the regional district did just recently complete their strategic plan. Councillor Haggard and I were a part of that, and the pool did make it into the plan. It wasn't automatic. It was a lot of work to get the pool into the plan, but we're very happy that the pool is in the regional district's strategic plan, because that now is driving, their work plan going forward. So I would say that if there's, I think COVID did slow down that process, because as you recall, we were having facilitated group sessions, and I think the first one or two may have been before this council was elected. So last council, but I would suggest that the CAO could follow up on next steps for that process and bring council an update. Councillor Haggard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I remember correctly, at one of the board to council meetings, the directors for the regional district wanted an opportunity to talk to their constituents and to get some feedback from them. And of course, they have not been able to do that. So I think that's where the slowdown has been. Thank you.
I think that could be the case for sure. Councillor Poon.
Thank you. I think we should definitely push for more of these sessions to get some movement on the pool, but I don't think that we should put any money aside until we have something concrete. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Solda.
My concern is I don't want to come back and say, oh, we need this much money to help move forward on the pool. And it would be good to have some money into a contingency fund for a new pool, starting it now rather than later.
Thank you. Councillor Washington.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Would it be wise to get a report from Director Thorpe on the condition of the pool presently? There's been some conflicting reports on the pool. The past director said it was just about dead, and the new director said it wasn't too bad. So I wouldn't mind an updated report from Director Thorpe to see when we got to start saving money for this pool.
I think that's a great idea. And just to the point, Councillor Solda, I agree with you that I think we should be putting money away. And it doesn't necessarily have to be specifically for the pool because, you know, we have other needs. And I think what we need to have is a long-term strategic plan that we follow. And I think we always need to be cognizant of how much money is going into our reserves and how much money is coming out of our reserves. I think that over the next few weeks, as we consider the rest of our budget, as we consider if there are surplus funds from last year, as we consider how the COVID funds are going to be used and how non-market change is going to impact our taxation for this year, I think we need to be very cognizant of that comment around reserves and wanting to save for the future. So I would just ask that as we look at the next few weeks of budget, that we do keep that in mind, whether it's saving for the pool or saving for other future significant infrastructure projects. There are a lot of items that are not this year needs, but that will need to be funded in the future. So we should absolutely be strategically putting more money into our reserves for that when it makes sense to do so. Are there any other questions on this year, on the 5-year financial plan or information that we want to see brought forward to our next budget meeting? Because I think at this point, there's not a lot that's going to be brought forward at that budget meeting. And it is our committee of the whole where we're intending that we are going to be, you know, having a full conversation about the budget, suggesting any changes we want to. Is council expecting a presentation from staff line by line of the budget or the capital plan? I think staff's trying to get an understanding of what the expectation from council is at that meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. I think this is very helpful to staff. Councillor Paulson, go ahead.
Well, you know, this is my 6th go around in this rodeo on the budget. And certainly I would think that the next committee of the whole would be a fairly robust workshop. I would hope that all the council will come to that committee of the whole with their guns loaded and have a discussion on kind of working to finality of the budget. But for me, I don't have anything specific, but possibly we could go through the budget at the committee of the whole. I'm not sure if line by line is necessary, but maybe category by category or department by department, and just kind of see where we stand, and then we can open up the gun range.
Thank you. And I think that the next meeting will be a good time for us to deal with changes to the budget. I personally would like to go through the 2021 capital plan just to make sure that council has an understanding of those projects. I know, I think anyways, that there are some things in there that are somewhat unaddressed. There's funds in there for rail maintenance. And yet there's still a question of whether or not we will be running a rail operation. And so, you know, I think getting a better understanding of what work is planned to be done, what work needs to be done, and really what our future goals are before we commit to spending money, I think is really important. And there's other areas in there that I have questions about as well. Okay, so I'm not hearing any requests for specific information to come to our next council meeting. So at this point, we will leave it to staff to take us through the process at the next meeting. If council has specific questions, I would encourage you to send them along to Tim and Andrew prior to the meeting, just so that staff can be as prepared as possible and we can get the information that we need. Okay. Would somebody like to move receipt of this report?
Move receipt.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Corbeil. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. And from the Director of Corporate Services, the 2021 Virtual AGM and Convention of the Vancouver Island and Coastal Communities Resolution Notice Submission Process.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just want to take this opportunity, if we want to invite council to go back to the financial plan, just that there was a recommendation outlined there for some changes.
Sorry, I think I have different version again.
Okay, and Sarah, would you mind screen sharing that particular?
Okay, I've got it in my online version now.
Okay.
So council, that council directs staff to amend the 5-year financial plan 2021 to 2025 bylaw number 5023 as follows, reducing line item 21390 insurance from 480,000 to 450,000, adding 25,000 to 2021 capital plan for linking the Roger Creek Trail, and then that the RCMP storage requirements within the 2021 capital plan be reduced by $23,000.
So moved.
Okay. And seconded by Councillor Paulson. Are there questions on this? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? Carried, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and back to the AGM resolutions for AVICC.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So council's been asked, typically at the annual Vancouver Island and Coastal Communities Convention, you have the opportunity to put forward resolutions that the membership will consider and which ultimately find their way to UBCM for the most part. This stems from, you had a request from a resident to consider one of the items, that being the guaranteed livable universal basic income. Since council has been asked to give some thoughts around any other resolutions that they would like to put forward, specifically those that align with council's strategic plan, we did receive additional considerations from council, and they are listed in your agenda. One being clients with complex needs, minimal barrier shelter standards, extending life of fire apparatus, access to provincial parks, Helicopter BC ambulance service, advanced life support paramedic services, and then again, the guaranteed livable income. Those are just the titles. Council, if they are going to submit a resolution for AVICC to consider, resolution deadline is February 26th. So council is asked at this particular meeting if they want to give some thoughts to those 6 suggested topics and then direct staff accordingly.
Thank you. Councillor Poon.
What was I going to say? I do like the fire apparatus item. I'm not sure how a resolution would read, but looking for some guidance on that one.
Thank you. I like that one as well. And at the same time, I'm wondering, I don't know if the fire chief happens to be on. I assume not, but or if our CAO could speak to, is this an issue that like, is this the right way to approach it? Yeah. Oh, how nice. Our fire chief just popped up.
Oh, good. Let him answer that question.
Thank you. Oh, Mike, you're muted.
I knew that would happen eventually, right? Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm just not too sure, I guess, who it would be directed to. Whether it would be directed to fire underwriter survey that that motion would go towards, which would probably be the most appropriate. Aside from that, there's not a regulatory requirement to retire the engine at a certain date. So it's really the impact to insurance as well as obviously to safety if you were to hold on to something well beyond its lifespan. Does that help?
It does. So, and I think that kind of speaks to my question. So it's not a regulatory requirement that we retire vehicles at 30 years. It's to do with our insurance rating.
That's correct.
So potentially we could be asking for a change to the way that insurance rankings are put in place.
Sure. Yeah.
I think we want to just, and I know that this can be hashed out at a staff level before the official wording is written, but I want to ensure I've seen a lot of resolutions go to AVICC that are not directed at the right party or are not directed at a party that, that we have the ability to influence through the provincial government. So I want to make sure that if we're putting resolutions forward, that they're quality resolutions that are properly worded and that, go to who we are intending to. Councillor Corbeil, did you want to speak to this one?
Yes, Madam Mayor. There have been resolutions very similar to this in the past that were sent to the fire underwriter survey, and they never responded. My thinking is we should be sending it to the Insurance Bureau of Canada and see if we can get any traction there.
Okay, yeah. Councillor Poon?
Just on that item on the guaranteed universal basic income, I noticed that the provincial government recently had a panel which said no to the idea. I'm just wondering if it's much use for us to bring it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Haggard.
I was just going to say the same thing, that this panel spent 2 years studying the guaranteed basic income, and the report says, it just came back at the end of January, the report says a more successful strategy would be to form recurrent policies and programs while providing targeted basic income for youth aging out of care, women fleeing domestic violence, and those with disabilities. So I think they've already explored it in depth and they've come up with some solutions. So I think I appreciate Chris coming forward with this resolution. I think it's already been pretty explored in depth by the government. So I think there's other things that we can do that would be better use of our time. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I would agree on that one. While I like the concept, I think a more targeted approach could come with less unintended consequences. Okay, so Council, there's a number of suggestions here. Sorry, Councillor Paulson, go ahead.
I'm going to circle back to extending life of the fire apparatus, and maybe the fire chief would be able to answer this. The Insurance Underwriters Association, are they provincially governed or are they federally governed? And just thinking about this particular motion, would it be something that would be more appropriate to go to UBCM or to FCM if it is a federal issue?
Yeah, so Madam Mayor, the Fire Underwriters Survey, my understanding of it is that they're not necessarily regulated by the provincial or federal government, but rather they're the data that they collect through the Fire Underwriter Survey, which gives us our ranking, is then shared with insurance underwriters, who then give more favorable rates to people who are acquiring insurance in communities that have a better ranking. So again, yeah, it's not so much that it's appealing to a level of government, I don't think, as it is appealing to the Fire Underwriter Survey themselves.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Corbeil.
If I could, Madam Mayor, and this was my resolution. So my therefore be it resolved was for the VICC to petition the province to advocate to the Insurance Bureau of Canada for the acceptance of a professional engineer's certification of excellent mechanical condition for firefighting apparatuses. There's something wrong when we had a water bomber that was 75 years old flying over top of our communities and was well maintained, yet we've got a ladder truck that's 21 years old and we got to spend over $1 million to replace it. That's just the system is flawed.
Thank you. And I definitely am supportive of sending this resolution forward. I just want to make sure that we are wording it in a way that is the most effective, and that we ensure that we are, targeting the right body. And even if it is AVICC, of course, goes forward to UBCM, and we can use it as a tool to bring forward to FCM as well, if needed. Okay, would we like to speak to the other suggestions? Councillor Corbeil, would you like to speak to any of them specifically?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, the one that the helicopter one, it's probably not necessary for our community, but it's probably still very necessary for communities in the north. Accent helicopters, just recently, the provincial government put them in place in Parksville, so they have the ability to fly probably from the north of the island to the south of the island if someone needs to be transported to emergency care, as well as forest industry workers and the like that are injured on the side hills in the middle of nowhere. But I still would think that if you were in Burns Lake or someplace like that, in order to get to a larger hospital, you might need helicopter service. The provincial parks one, that was kind of thinking of, our access to Strathcona Park is gated off many days because of Mosaic and their gates, same as Mount Arrowsmith. And the provincial government should be stepping in and doing something about that. What else did we have there? Clients with complex needs. The thinking there is, unfortunately, there's some homeless people that need far more than just a roof over their head. And it seems like there's such a waiting list or maybe not even facilities available for those people. Minimum barrier shelter standards. We seem to be running into this constantly where the Ministry of, I believe it's Social Development and Poverty Reduction, is funding people to live in apartments and the like without any indication on, what kind of conditions they're living in. And I think that was probably all I had.
Thank you. I think that there are a few there that we could send forward, absolutely. And I would like to suggest as well, Councillor Paulson, earlier today, you asked a question about, what's available in our community if somebody wants to access addictions treatment. And I don't want to disagree with the answer that was given because there's all levels of types of addiction treatments, that can be accessed, but the more, I think what you're thinking of and what people typically think of when they think of addictions treatment is very much not available in our community, and not only not available in our community, but not available in our province unless people have significant funds available to access private treatment. So just because you asked it today, Councillor Paulson, and because I think it's a significant challenge in our community, I would like us to put forward a motion or a resolution to AVICC that we call on the province to reduce wait times and regulatory process for people wanting to access addictions recovery and detox centers. And I think that, I don't know if people are really aware, but when somebody wants to go to treatment, typically they have to detox first for most substances. A lot of treatment centers that are not paid for do not offer. So the ones that are free basically or funded by the government, which are the ones that the average people who are struggling with addiction need to be able to access. Those ones typically don't offer detox services. So you have to get yourself onto a wait list to go to treatment. But prior to that, you have to get yourself into detox, and getting into detox in BC takes about 8 weeks on a wait list, which is, in my opinion, just completely unacceptable. So I think that this is an issue that needs attention. We often look at like why there's people in our community who just can't get better, and there's just a lot of process in order for people to get the help that they need. So, Ron Corbeil, I think this kind of covers a few of the concepts that you have as well in yours. And rather than putting forward, a few different motions, all really just trying to deal with, and trying to do something for what is a very clear issue in our community of people struggling with addiction and not being supported in the way that they need to. I would rather we put forward one motion, one resolution, and it doesn't have to be the one specifically that, you know, I've read off. I think that there's a few different aspects, but I would ask that we kind of pick a topic and that we go and get informed before we put something forward. So, you know, maybe that's just having a quick chat with the community action team on some of the concepts that we have and asking them as the experts in the community, which they think would be the most effective use of our time to advocate for. So how does that sound to council? Okay, great. Councillor Poon.
Thank you. I think I really do agree with you. And I think that we do need to see wait times reduced because, you know, based on the stigma of drug use, people who decide to change their life or, you know, seek treatment, they've decided long ago and they want the treatment now. You know, giving them an 8 weeks wait time is just going to make them change their mind.
Yeah, I would be very curious to see how many people who actually get onto the wait list to go, and there's multiple different wait lists that you have to try to get yourself on all of them, which is, you know, in itself a challenge for somebody who is living the lifestyle and in the cycle of addiction to just navigate the process to get themselves on the list. But I'd be very curious to see how many people who get on the list are still ready to go in 8 weeks, because I think a lot of people, it's a difficult decision for people to get themselves to that point, and then to have to stay at that point for 8 weeks would be very challenging. So without support in a lot of situations. So I would like to see us put something forward in this sense. I don't think we have the exact wording today. I think that we need to always, when we are putting forward resolutions, be consulting with those in our community who are more knowledgeable on these topics than we are, rather than kind of determining that we have all of the answers, as we do not. So if council is supportive of us putting something forward on this, then I will connect with Ron Merck, with Councillor Haggard, if that works, since she's the representative on the community action team. And I will ask the CAT team what they feel is our best approach for putting a resolution in. I know that the deadline is coming up. We will do it quickly. And then we will work on submitting something.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Great, thank you. Is there a seconder?
Second.
So that is on one to do with addiction. There's a couple other ones here that I think we should be, I think we should definitely be putting forward one around the fire apparatus as well. Are there other items that people would like to see specifically come forward? Councillor Solda and then Councillor Haggard. Councillor Solda, you're muted. She's using a new device right now, so it's always challenging when you're using a new device. Councillor Haggard, go ahead while we wait for Councillor Solda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The CAT group is having a meeting on Thursday, the 11th, from 1 till 3. We could bring it up at that time.
Absolutely, that would work great, and I can make myself available.
Okay, I'll let them know if we're coming and what we want to do. And as the suggestion to Councillor Kubil's access to provincial parks, the regional district has done a tremendous amount of work towards that area, and a lot of negotiations with the provincial government. So I don't feel that there's a need for us to duplicate time and effort and energies on that. They're already working on it. And I do agree with the motion about trying to bring down wait times and also extend the life with the fire apparatus. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So with that, I think that we have one that we're going to work with the community action team on, and fire apparatus. Is council satisfied with those two to be brought forward? Councillor Solda, were you able to get, okay, if you can't get off of, I'm not sure if she can hear us still, but Councillor Solda, you're welcome to come in my office and we can put our masks on. Okay, not sure if she's here still or not. Okay, so with that, we have a motion moved and seconded to work on those two resolutions. Seeing no final comments, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, the next item from the Deputy City Clerk is the 2021 BC Economic Summit.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In accordance with city policy, council participation in conventions outside of ABICC and UBCM requires a resolution of council. As such, the report in front of you today is requesting authorization for Mayor Minions and Councillor Haggard to attend the upcoming BC Economic Development Association Annual Summit. That's taking place virtually March 8th through 11th. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and mute yours. Okay, sorry about that, Council. Would somebody like to make that motion, or are there any questions? Councillor Washington.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move that council authorize Mayor Minions and Councillor Haggard to participate in the BC Economic Summit via virtual platform March 8 to 11, 2021.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any final comments or anyone else who was wanting to attend? Councillor Poon?
Yeah, I'd like to attend. Is there a cost involved?
Yes, Madam Mayor, there is a cost involved and it is $425 per participant.
In that case, I'll pass. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Councillor Haggard and I have both been to this conference before. It's very worthwhile if people do want to attend. And one of the nice things about no longer having to travel to conferences is have the travel cost associated as well. So it does make it more reasonable for other members of council to attend if there is a desire. Okay, so with that, moved and seconded, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, and moving on to bylaws. Number 1 from the Manager of Planning, we have development application number T27, site-specific zoning text amendment for 2943 10th Avenue, Quality Foods. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before you for consideration is a site-specific text amendment to the C2 General Commercial Zone to permit the construction and operation of a liquor, wine, and beer store at 2943 10th Avenue. So the subject property is where the Quality Foods grocery store is located, and parking for this site is mostly provided either on street or on the neighboring parcel, which is 2951 10th Avenue, that's secured by a restrictive covenant. The proposed application would amend the zoning bylaw to add liquor, wine, and beer store as a principal use within the C2 General Commercial Zone at 2943 10th Avenue. The impact of the text amendment is site-specific, meaning that it only affects the subject property instead of all properties zoned C2 General Commercial. So currently, the city zoning bylaw does not include liquor, wine, and beer store as a use in any zone. Therefore, all new proposed liquor stores are required to apply for these site-specific use amendments. Administering the zoning bylaw in this way really gives council a greater degree of flexibility to either approve or deny the location of liquor stores as they appear or relocate within the community. Overall, the rezoning application is consistent with the policy and land use designation specified within the city's official community plan. So for example, the OCP, it sets a goal of concentrating commercial activity together in areas with the intent of creating vibrant shopping nodes. So in this case, the addition of a liquor store really complements the existing grocery store and will provide a type of retail service to the surrounding neighborhood that doesn't currently exist within that area of the community. If the rezoning is successful, the applicants propose to construct an addition to the existing Quality Foods building and make surface improvements to the parking lot. Now, the subject property is located within development permit area number 2, commercial development, meaning that the proposal is subject to development guidelines in the OCP. Staff have asked the applicant with this specific application to provide plans and documents for their development permit submission at the time of rezoning in order to allow staff to process the applications more or less concurrently. This also helps ensure that the additional structure and the changes to the site layout are well understood at the time of rezoning. Now, the applicant has submitted some preliminary conceptual plans and elevations along with their development permit application. It would appear that the development permit and zoning bylaw will probably be met. Further review will of course happen when the development permit is being processed further along down once zoning bylaw has had further review by council. A minor parking variance may be required, and again, this will be confirmed during the development permit process. Based on the proposed design concept, it appears that the addition will complement the pedestrian scale of the surrounding neighborhood while integrating a modern design that both complements the existing store and adds architectural interest to the streetscape. The proposed development will result in a bit of a reconfiguration of the site, with the most critical implications being impact on the parking lot, pedestrian safety, and the restaurant patio area as it currently exists. It is anticipated that the proposed development will likely intensify activity at the proposed site and increase traffic. However, specific design considerations can be made to help mitigate some of those challenges. The proposed addition will enclose the existing patio and convert it into office and storage space for the liquor store. But to ensure that the neighborhood continues to benefit from the restaurant use, the applicants have agreed to relocate the patio to the corner of the lot. And we think that this will greatly improve the existing street corner while adding more visible activity to the site, predominantly during business hours. The development application for 2943 10th Avenue was circulated to relevant agencies for comment, but there were no major issues with the proposed change in land use raised during the referral process. In addition to the referral comments, city staff made sure to reach out to the school district, 70, to ensure that their comments had been received. And we heard back from them that there were no concerns introducing a liquor, beer, and wine store at this site. The Advisory Planning Commission has also reviewed the development application and has recommended that City Council proceed with the zoning bylaw amendment with the condition that the applicant submits security in the amount required for the completion of required works and services prior to final adoption of the bylaw. Overall, the rezoning is consistent with the policy and land use designations specified in the official community plan, and the proposed changes are compatible with the character of the existing commercial building. The development application also appears to align with the goals of the 2019 to 2023 corporate strategic plan. So for those reasons, the planning department supports the zoning bylaw amendments for this property. Now, council's consideration of first and second reading of the proposed bylaw amendments is the next step in the development review process, and giving first and second reading moves the application forward and advances this application to a public hearing. However, council may choose to waive the public hearing for this application since it is technically consistent with the OCP. In this case, the planning department does not recommend waiving the public hearing for this application, but staff are seeking direction from council to determine how they would like to proceed with regards to the public hearing or waiving the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the report, Caitlin. Questions from council? I'll start with Councillor Poon and then Councillor Paulson.
Thank you. Very happy to see, more investment in our community. And I think this is a great project and I would be pleased to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Paulson?
Yeah, I like the concept as well. It's right in my neighborhood, so I could be a customer from time to time. A question, we don't have a policy, and I know that in the charts that you provided that this proposal is outside of the I think it's a 1 kilometer radius, but that 1 kilometer radius, is that a liquor board standard or is that in our bylaws?
Yeah, that is not in our bylaws. We've just We've taken some examples from primarily the city of Nanaimo and the city of Vancouver in terms of what they do in terms of spacing and distribution of liquor stores, but that's not something that we have specified in our zoning bylaw currently.
Thank you. Councillor Solda?
I really like the design and the expansion that they're looking at, but I thought at one time that they were going to go to a wine store, like most grocery stores could go to beer and wine, but not hard liquor. So what's happened? What changed? And I knew this particular development was going to be wine and beer, and it suddenly changed to a liquor store.
Yeah, so I don't know about any previous intent to have a specifically wine or beer store located within Quality Foods. The intent of this Cascadia liquor store would be to be liquor, wine, and beer, and probably ciders and all sorts of things. But I don't unfortunately know the details about the previous plans of the Quality Foods store. If the applicant is online, they might be able to speak to that, but unfortunately, I don't know why those development plans had changed.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I seem to remember that as well. And I think it was when the regulations had changed a few years ago, allowing grocery stores to have a local beer and wine section, something like that. Anyways, I'm not familiar enough with the regulations to provide that background, but Caitlin, go ahead.
I would maybe speculate that in our discussions with the applicant around some design considerations that we've been kind of negotiating with them and collaborating on, they did kind of indicate to us that there are some regulatory challenges at the provincial level, from what I understand, around shared access for food loading and like liquor store loading. So the loading spaces need to really be separate. And that might be a reason why they weren't including it within the actual Quality Food site previously. Again, that's just speculation, and that's just based on conversations we've had with some of the design stuff we've been working out now.
Sure. Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Paulson.
Just a little clarification on the in-store application, and there is a store in Parksville. I think it's Bilo over there. Anyway, you're only allowed to handle wine, period, and you cannot handle any imported wines in store. So that's probably why this would be a separate annex with a separate entrance and so on. The existing, if you want to go in store, it is wine only, no beer, and no ciders or anything like that. And I remember Donald Trump being quite angry about the exclusivity of this regulation for our grocery stores, about no US wines being allowed. So anyway, just a little clarification there. If it's in store, it is wine only. I believe it's VQAs, and I'm not sure if it's specific just to BC or it's Canadian wines, but that's probably the reason why they've gone to the liquor store aspect, so they can be more broad-based.
Thank you for that. I think that does bring back some recollection to what we had previously heard, maybe the plan for this site. So sounds like it's changed from then. So, that's fine. Council, I think, we've got a couple of readings in front of us. And then the question is, do we want to proceed with a public hearing on this application, or would we like to move forward and waive the public hearing as we are permitted? So council, I think that we'll go through the readings first, and then we can determine if we would like to have the public hearing or not, because I think that's there'll be conversation both ways. Councillor Paulson.
Sorry, just a matter of order. Do we need a motion to continue the meeting beyond 5 o'clock?
Oh, Dan, you really slipped up not reminding us today. Thank you.
Councillor Washington must have nodded off.
That's right. We can usually rely on Councillor Washington to remind us of our 3 hours.
I was just being polite, okay?
Thank you. Would somebody like to move that we extend our meeting beyond 3 hours?
I'll move that we extend beyond 3 hours.
I'll
Thank you.
second.
Seconded by Councillor Washington. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, and now Councillor Paulson, would you like to read the first motion that's written?
Sure, you changed it over to the party guy. Okay. I'd like to move. Okay, just zeroing in on the right one. I'd like to move the zoning bylaw text amendment number T27, site-specific use, C2, general commercial, bylaw number 5022, be now introduced and read a first time.
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Any comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. And if you want to continue.
I'd like to move that zoning bylaw text amendment number T27, site-specific use, C2, general commercial, bylaw number 5022, be read a second time.
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Seeing no comments, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. And then that brings us to the question of whether to hold a public hearing or not. Councillor Solda.
Madam Mayor, I think we need to hold a public hearing. I don't think some of the public will be happy with another liquor store in the Alberni Valley. We've all heard that we're inundated by liquor stores. So I think the public should have a right, and there will be people who will speak in favor of it. So I would like to hear from the public.
Okay. Councillor Poon and then Councillor Washington.
I'm just wondering, so the neighbors had been canvassed already. What was the criteria of those neighbors that had been canvassed, like distance, I guess?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The next step in the process would require some form of public notice, whether that's public notice to notify the public of a public hearing, or public notice to notify the public of waiving the public hearing and doing a letter kind of response instead. And the parameters for that are a 75 meter radius from the property.
Thank you. So to clarify, Councillor Poon, that hasn't been done at this point.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Washington.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Most of like the school and everybody else seems to be in favor of it. Is there no way that we could get input from the residents via email or by dropping something off at City Hall before the next meeting, rather than go to the expense of the public hearing? It just seemed there's going to be those that say yes and will say no. There's going to be a lot that probably it doesn't affect them. But if we had, if there's somebody if it really bothers them, I mean, we've got 2 weeks before our next meeting. I'm sure they can drop a letter into City Hall.
Caitlin, could you just speak to, or Twyla, if you prefer, just clarifying what the public notice would do, and that people could submit input regardless?
So if council were to choose to waive the public hearing, we're still required to give notice, but the notice would be stating just that the public hearing has been waived, and then you would not be inviting written submissions at all. When you waive the hearing, you waive that formal written submission. Now, they would get the notice because we're still required to give notice to the 75 meter radius, put an ad in the paper, have the property signed, and people would see that. And perhaps they would then still trigger writing and if they were opposed to council, but it certainly would not speak to a formal communication process.
Okay, thank you. And Twyla, are you able to comment on the waiving of public hearing again, just as a refresher, because it is something that's not, standard, but has become more standard recently?
Yeah, so certainly the waiving of the public hearing is not a common practice on the part of councils, but it was where we find ourselves in response to COVID-19. And to be quite fair, it wasn't until more recently, being the latter part of 2020, 2020, where public health order said no more in-person meetings, period. So our only avenue to host a public hearing is electronically. That in itself can pose challenges, and it causes potential procedural issues. Should somebody not be able to join? Should they say that they were disconnected and that they didn't have an opportunity to be heard? So best practice or advice from the legal world is to not carry on public hearings if they align with the OCP, and which in this case it does. So having said that, it's up to council's discretion what you choose to do. That being said, recent public health orders put us in our same restrictions until the end of February. Perhaps that will be lifted after the end of February. I'm not sure what that looks like or if that would happen. So council could consider a public hearing if they wanted something formal after the end of February into March or April. I don't know what that would look like for the applicant and what their timelines are.
I just want to comment that I think based on the public health officer's comments when she extended the public order, she spoke to at the end of February potentially being able to get back to our safe 6 and small bubble. So I think we're still not going to be in a position for some time to be able to host in-person meetings. So I think if council wants to hold a public hearing, and you know, I personally am fine either way. I think if council wants to hold a public hearing, we need to expect that we're going to be doing it electronically. So I have Councillor Poon and then Councillor Solda.
Well, I would like to move that we waive the public hearing.
Okay, is there a seconder? Okay, not seconded. Councillor Solda.
I would like to make a motion that we have a public hearing on this issue.
Okay, is there a seconder? I was going to say nobody seconding today. Okay, moved and seconded. Twyla, did you have something to add to this?
I was just going to add where council will be considering scheduling a public hearing for the next item on the agenda, and the date that's identified is Tuesday, March 9th at 6 o'clock. So perhaps council would wish to proceed with scheduling a public hearing for this application on that same date and time.
Okay, I think we could add that to the motion for sure.
Yeah, and Madam Mayor, will that be enough time to get all the documents and sent out? And
yeah, I think if the director's suggesting that date, then it should give more than enough time.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll add that to the motion if the mover and seconder are okay with that. And are there further comments on this? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? And any opposed? Carried, thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 2 from the Manager of Planning, Development Application number 97, Official Community Plan Bylaw and Zoning Amendment for 4279 Ravenhill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So before you for consideration are amendments to the official community plan and the zoning bylaw for the property located at 4279 Ravenhill Avenue. The subject property is currently zoned FD, future development, and the applicant is proposing to rezone a portion of the property to R1 single family residential to allow for a future subdivision of the property. The remainder of the property will remain zoned P2 Parks and Recreation. The proposed application would also amend the official community plan bylaw to change the designation of a portion of the property from future residential to residential, and to keep the remaining portion of the property designated as parks and open space. The purpose of the split zone and split OCP designation is to protect and preserve the natural riparian area to the western edge of the parcel that is closest to Ship Creek. Currently, there are well-used trails through the subject property near the creek, and to date, the applicants have worked very collaboratively with the city to ensure that the OCP policy considerations have been addressed specifically with regards to protecting the riparian area and preserving the existing trails. The applicants have provided environmental report to support their application with recommendations for protecting those sensitive areas. And so as a condition of rezoning, the applicants have agreed to register a restrictive covenant along with a priority agreement in favor of the city that protects the riparian area from vegetation and tree removal. And the covenant would also protect the existing trail as located and specifies guidelines for new trail development if that were to occur in the future. Therefore, these trails in the riparian area will remain protected and be included within the portion of the property designated parks and open space, which should be acquired by the city during the subdivision process. So overall, the proposed zoning and OCP amendments are consistent with the policy requirements of the city's official community plan. The proposed subdivision appears to meet the proposed zoning requirements, and the majority of the site development regulations are more or less consistent between the FD and R1 zone, including minimum setbacks, maximum height coverage, minimum number or maximum number of stories. The only real difference in terms of site development regulations between those two zones are that the R1 zone allows for a greater max lot coverage. Rezoning from FD to R1 really does help kind of ensure that the lots will be used for single family development and will permit a form and character that is consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. It is worth highlighting that the OCP requires any land designated as future residential in the OCP to first be considered through neighborhood planning process before approving changes to land use designation, and currently no such neighborhood plans exist for the area. However, since the subject property is bordering an existing single-family neighborhood and the proposed development is consistent with that neighborhood and really limited to just one additional parcel, staff feel that the need for a plan and neighborhood planning process in place is really reduced just because of the scale and the consistency with this specific development. So, moving forward, council may wish to direct staff to begin developing a neighborhood plan for nearby existing undeveloped areas if in that neighborhood, if it were to become a larger scale proposal. But again, we feel that because of the size and the consistency that it more or less is mitigated and not a super overarching concern for this application. So the development application for 4279 Ravenhill Avenue was circulated to relevant agencies for their comment. Again, no major issues with the proposed change in land use were raised. However, the engineering and site servicing details will need to be confirmed prior to subdivision review and approval. The Planning Advisory Planning Commission reviewed the development application and has also recommended to City Council to proceed with the OCP and zoning bylaw amendments with the conditions recommended by staff, specifically around the receival of a PLR letter for subdivision and the covenant conditions as well around the riparian area and the trail area. So overall, the proposed land use changes are compatible with the character of the neighborhood, and the planning department supports the OCP bylaw and zoning bylaw amendments for 4279 Ravenhill Avenue. The development application also aligns with the goals from the corporate strategic plan. Council's consideration of first and second reading of the proposed bylaw amendments is the next step in the development review process, and giving first and second reading moves the application forward and advances this application to the public hearing stage. In this case, City Council is not able to waive the public hearing for the proposed development because amendments to the official community plan are required. So a public hearing date of March 9th at 6 p.m. has been proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from council? Councillor Corbeil.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, a few things. First of all, these owners have been really good as far as not interfering with the trail network there. I walk the dog through there all the time. And I'm very curious, that map you had up, Caitlin, the property that's just south of this property that's undeveloped, is that owned by the city?
That is an excellent question. I believe it is. I'm almost certain that it is, but I cannot say for sure at this point in time. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'd be very interested to see what the city owns right from 3rd Avenue all the way up to where Ship Creek and Anderson join. And then, of course, there's another trail network that takes off from there. There's ad hoc trails all through there, and someday it'd be nice to join them all together. A couple of concerns about that property. First of all, your map isn't showing the existing home that's already on that property. What is meant, I know what a panhandle lot is, but I don't understand in this particular case, what would a panhandle lot look like? Do you know?
Yeah, so the panhandle lot would really just, based on the map that's kind of up on the screen in front of us there, the panhandle would essentially basically include kind of an access right off the end of Ravenhill where it kind of cuts off and becomes undeveloped.
Mm-hmm.
And then it would kind of have a very small, narrow access aisle down to the I guess it's technically the western portion of the property where the property would then kind of expand out to the full width of the side lot lines. Does that kind of, if I could draw on the screen, it would be helpful, but there would be essentially a narrow aisle along the most southern portion of the property, and then it would expand out into the full property.
Another concern with that property has always been that, the sewer would be likely, I think you'd start pumping it uphill if you were to build any further to the west of where the existing house is, which I guess is doable.
Yeah, and again, some of those details will certainly have to be confirmed as a condition of the subdivision process. So I think some of those details are still pending with the engineering department.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Other questions from council? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Corbeil, would you like to read the motions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the official community plan amendment number 33, 4279 Ravenhill Avenue, Janaki, bylaw number 5018, be now introduced and read a first time.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Seeing no comments. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Further, I move that official community plan amendment number 33, 4279 Ravenhill, Janaki, bylaw number 5018 be read a second time.
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. And seeing no comments. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Further, I move that zoning bylaw amendment number 43, 4279 Ravenhill Avenue, Janaki, bylaw number 5019 be now introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Solda. Seeing no comments. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Lastly, I move that zoning bylaw amendment number 43, 4279 Ravenhill Avenue, Janaki, bylaw number 5019 be read a second time.
Seconded by Councillor Solda. And all in favor? Carried. And if you want to continue with the public hearing motion.
Okay, great. That's on a different page. Where the hell did that go?
It's around. I'm sure it's there.
I got more paper in front of me than Carter has pills.
I hear you.
What's this?
Okay. Are you finding it?
No, I'm not. Can you put it up on the screen, please?
I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Paulson.
Oh, Councillor Paulson. Like the designated hitter.
We're on number 2 on this.
Wait until I pick myself up the floor, will you? Oh, God. On behalf of Councillor Corbeil, I'd like to move that official community plan amendment number 33, 4279 Ravenhill, Janaki, bylaw number 5018, and zoning bylaw amendment number 43, 4279 Ravenhill Avenue, Janaki, bylaw number 5019 be advanced to a public hearing on Tuesday, March the 9th, 2021 at 6 p.m. by video conferencing.
It gives me great pleasure to second that motion.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Corbeil. Okay, wonderful. And seeing no further comments on this, all in favor? Carried. Thank you for a group effort on that one. Okay, item 3, also from the manager of planning, we have the Rainbow Gardens housing agreement.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Before you for consideration today are minor revisions to the draft housing agreement proposed by the West Coast Native Healthcare Society for 6151 Russell Place. The West Coast Native Healthcare Society is developing a 5-story, 48-unit seniors rental housing project at the subject property. All of the units will be rented at either lower than market rates or 50% of the units will specifically be provided at deeply subsidized rates. At the January 11th regular council meeting, City Council gave 3 readings to the proposed housing agreement bylaw and bylaw number 5021. Since then, BC Housing and the development project team has requested some minor revisions to be incorporated into the proposed agreement. The planning department supports proceeding with the proposed revisions to the document as the intent of the agreement remains unchanged. The proposed housing agreement is really twofold in that it secures affordable rental units within the proposed development, and it also enables the development to qualify for a 50% reduction in payable development cost charges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from council? Okay, seeing no questions. Councillor Haggard, would you like to read the motions here?
Caught me off guard, Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm gonna call on Councillor Washington next time.
Yeah, no, I cover that off.
I'd like to move that council rescind 3rd reading of housing agreement 6151 Russell Place, Rainbow Gardens, bylaw number 5021.
Second.
Okay, I think we missed receiving the report though. Oh, no, sorry, that was the old, that council received the information from the manager of planning. Yep, no, we missed one.
No, sorry, Madam Mayor, we don't need to receive. It's just a matter of the motion that was moved by Councillor Haggard to rescind 3rd reading.
Okay, sure. Got it written here. Okay, any questions on that? Do we have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Poon. Okay, seeing no comments, all in favor? Carried, thank you.
And I'd like to move that council give 3rd reading to housing agreement 6151 Russell Place, Rainbow Gardens, bylaw number 5021 as amended.
And seconded by Councillor Solda. And sorry about that, guys. I'm noticing that my written copy is wrong again. I really should have abandoned this written copy a long time ago, but I haven't yet. We'll see how it takes us through the rest of the meeting.
This is what happens when we go longer than 3 hours.
I know we really lose it at this point, but okay, thank you very much. Moved and seconded by Councillor Solda. Any final comments on this? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried, thank you. And thank you, Caitlin. And next, correspondence for action, and I see none on my agenda. And no proclamation, so on to correspondence for information.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So with the council amending the agenda early on in the meeting, we have 13 items on our correspondence summary. The first item is from the Gaming Policy and Enforcement Branch, which just essentially speaks to the fact that there are no revenues being experienced as a result of COVID-19. We have correspondence from the City of Vernon, where they are expressing opposition to Hydro's increase of rates to municipalities when it comes to the BC Hydro street lighting rate application. And we were provided a copy because of our UBCM membership and looking for support. We have correspondence from T. Lyman Jardin, who is supportive of the city's application for linking the Roger Creek trails. We have a letter from Alice Chico requesting council's continued support for the McLean Mill, recognizing it as a tourist destination, and asking if the city has applied for provincial government funding assistance. We have correspondence from Dr. Brown, which is expressing concerns over the reduced hours at the Aquatic Center. We have correspondence from the Worker Solidarity Network requesting council support of paid sick leave for non-unionized workers under the BC Employment Standards Act. We have a letter of support that Mayor Minions would be signing from request from the BCHL for advocating for funding relief through the provincial government. We have a copy of a letter from the City of Port Alberni to the Honorable Melanie Mark, Minister of Tourism, Culture and Sport, in support of funding relief. I apologize, those are kind of two part and parcel. That one. Ministry of Forest, Lands, Natural Resources, letter providing information on the provincial tree planting program and associated COVID-19 protocols. We have correspondence from the Uptown Merchants Association, and they're just expressing concerns that the city's budget does not appear to reflect funds for improving the Uptown area. Letter from Aaron Kaiser, again speaking to the reduced hours at the fitness center located within the Aquatic Center. We have correspondence from the District of Saanich, urging municipalities to advocate the Government of Canada to declare the overdose crisis a national health emergency. And then the last item is a letter from Blanket BC founders, Ben and Gregory Old, who are indicating that they will be in the Port Alberni area on the 19th of February. They were founded and provide support to those in need by distributing blankets and warm clothing to shelter programs. And in that, they're hoping to have Mayor Minions and or another member of council join them. Again, that would be Friday, February 19th when they arrive and would be distributing these materials with a time yet to be determined. And that summarizes council's summary log.
Thank you. And I will just say that I met the Blanket BC person. Actually, there was a few of us, just happened to be, we were having a ladies council night out. We did not invite the rest of our council. And we happened to meet the founder of Blanket BC. And it was a great opportunity to just talk about the work that they do, and a really interesting organization, and at that time they talked about wanting to get more invested in our community. So yeah, I would be happy to connect with them when they're in town. Before I ask council for items that they'd like to speak to, I'm hoping that the Director of Parks, Recreation and Heritage is on. Thank you for popping up, Willa. It's always so nice when we randomly call on a director and they just pop up. So thank you very much for sticking out this long meeting. I've had a lot of concerns come forward about the pool hours, and really just, recognizing the need for us to be as cautious as possible with our funds right now, and probably a significant reduction in users. But I'm wondering if you could speak to pool hours are. So, what have they been restricted to, and kind of just give an update on that. Most of the concerns that I have had have come from people who have expressed that they are working kind of a 9-to-5 schedule, and for that reason can't utilize the service anymore. So hoping you could comment on that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yes, the caveat to the whole situation is that staff are trying to balance strong service that we can provide our community and being fiscally responsible. So we're fortunate that we have remained open with any operating hours, as I've spoken with many of my colleagues across the province, and there's facilities either have not opened, staff have been laid off since March, as well as they haven't been able to open at all whatsoever. So I'm encouraged that we again can continue to balance some operating hours as well as being fiscally responsible. So at this stage, speaking specifically to folks who are working a Monday to Friday daytime type schedule, we are still open on Sundays as well. And so many of our evenings have been closed, our Saturdays are closed, but we still got an opportunity for families to enjoy actually 3 back-to-back Everyone Welcome swims on Sunday that start at 10 a.m. and then they run to 3:30 in the afternoon.
Thank you. And I'm wondering if, are those opportunities on Sunday booking up? Like, is there a time where we're going to review, maybe it makes more sense to be open Saturday and Sunday and not Monday or something like that? Like, is there going to be a natural review to this process? Because the Monday to Friday 9-to-5 workers definitely seem to be the ones that are expressing concern, and I certainly don't disagree at all with needing to reduce hours, unfortunately, in the situation that we're in. But yeah, just looking for if we're going to be reconsidering and if there's possibly a different schedule that could recognize the needs of that group as well.
Yeah, so Madam Mayor, so 2 answers to that question. So first of all, how we got to the current operating hours were based strictly on attendance. And so based on, so why are we closed on Saturdays? Frankly, our Saturdays were not busy relative to the other days of the week. And so when we talk about our active agers or folks that need rehabilitative services, that sort of thing, the majority of those folks would attend those times that were open. So frankly, that's how we built the schedule in the first place. So it was based on attendance. Secondly, with Dr. Henry's announcement on Friday of last week, she has extended the current provincial health orders indefinitely. So there is not, although she's indicated that there will be an opportunity to review the provincial health orders, there's no end date. So at this stage, the current restrictions or the current orders have been extended indefinitely. So staff are happy to keep an eye on that and see if there's adjustments that need to be made now that we have that new information that that those orders again aren't being extended. At this stage, staff has indicated that this change to schedule or a truncated operating schedule at the Aquatic Center would be in place until fall of 2021, where we would look to reopen at greater hours after our annual shutdown, again, depending on where things are at with the current health orders.
Thank you. Are there any follow-up questions from council on this topic? Councillor Haggard and then Councillor Corbeil.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In response to the person who was concerned about the reduced hours at the fitness center, we do have 3 operating gyms in our community, and also reached out to this person to let her know I'm not comfortable going to the gym, so I do strength training by Zoom, who is an excellent instructor and extremely affordable, but she didn't get back to me on that. She had a specific question that I referred on to our Director of Parks and Recreation. So there is some other alternatives that people can use at this time.
Absolutely, thank you. Councillor Corbeil.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Willa, could you give us some indication of some of the sessions that were canceled? What kind of usage we were getting, and what kind of staffing would have been there at that time?
Sure. So, Madam Mayor, we're required by our regulatory bodies that we would have a minimum of 2 lifeguards present, able to do the rounds on the deck and do the surveillance, or actually watching the swimming pool itself. So a minimum of 2 lifeguards are required at all times, anytime we've got the facility open or swimming happening. As far as the adjustments that we've made to the schedule, virtually all of our evenings, and again, speaking to our Saturdays as well. And so our attendance at those times that have since been removed in the current schedule by staff are based on less than 50% attendance. So we've been tracking attendance since we opened in October of 2020. And so that's less than 50% attendance of our updated capacity. So based on the provincial health orders have actually reduced our capacity. And so that's a 50% attendance or less. So that could be as few as 2 to 4 people in the swimming pool at any given time. It fluctuates, of course, depending on time of day of the week, that sort of thing. But all of the sessions that have been removed at this stage are based on less than 50% capacity of that adjusted capacity. So where we could have been, let's say, 50 or 100 people capacity, we're down to the adjusted could be as low as 24. And we're at a situation where we weren't even having 4 to 6 people in a facility at the time.
Yeah, it's interesting to note that in the Nanaimo, Bevan Park swimming pool is closed completely. And, that's a community of 100,000 people.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that, Director Thorpe. Councillor Poon.
Thank you. I just wondered that, given that the limited capacity is 24, have we, during this time, at any point reached capacity?
Madam Mayor, I would need to go back to the statistics and confirm that number. I'd be happy to provide a report to council if you wish.
Councillor Solda.
I have a quick question. I noticed we have rented the pool out privately, so people can rent our pool privately. Is that correct?
So Madam Mayor, one of the suggestions we've also recommended to individuals as well, because we want to maximize wherever we can. So we have to be a little bit careful when we talk about adults recreating, much like we've spoken with our multiplex running leagues and that sort of thing on the ice. We've got the opportunity to partner with our local swim club. We've got the opportunity to create programs. So if there was individuals looking to combine together, again, we have to be careful that it can't be viewed as an event, because of course there's no events currently welcomed under the current provincial health orders. But the short answer is yes, we want to get creative where we can to provide service. Our intention is not to stay closed. Our intention is to be responsible with how we can maximize opportunity so that our tax base isn't covering the cost of a facility that isn't well used.
Thank you. And I just want to express appreciation for all the work that you are doing to keep the pool open right now. Although I certainly sympathize with the people who are struggling with the current hours. Any change is always difficult, and especially right now. You know, there's a couple letters on the agenda, but I've actually heard from several people who have expressed concern with not being able to utilize hours. And unfortunately, these are the difficult choices that we're forced to make right now. So I'm glad that we're able to keep the facility open, and I hope that we're able to do that long term at this capacity.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, just to indicate those items of correspondence that did come through on today's agenda, staff have also replied directly to those letter writers as well.
Great, thank you, appreciate that. Okay, so with that, Council, let's move on to other items of correspondence. Thank you, Director Thorpe, for taking our questions on this. If there are any other items of correspondence councillors would like to highlight or speak to, Councillor Corbeil and then Councillor Washington.
Mayor, in regards to Mrs. Chico's letter asking about has the city asked the provincial government for any funding for McLean's Mill, I'm just curious. I think when we made a resolution or a motion to talk to the federal government, we also talked about sending a letter to a provincial counterpart, and I don't know if that was ever done, and I'd like to get an update of where we're at as far as talking to the federal government as well.
Thank you, absolutely. I'm not sure if Tim or Twyla are prepared to answer that right now, or they could bring information back to our next meeting. Okay, I'll get them to bring information. Oh, Tim, do you want to answer that now?
No, just what you said, Madam Mayor. We can bring that to the next meeting.
Perfect, thank you very much. And Councillor Washington.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Letter number 1 addressed to Director of Finance McGifford. Can you refresh my memory of, don't mean to put you on the spot, but can you refresh the memory of how much those checks usually were and who will be affected now that we're getting nil instead of a check?
Yes, certainly, Madam Mayor. So what we normally get per year is about $445,000 in payments throughout the year. So those are split up every quarter. This past year, we received about $88,000 from the first quarter of 2020, and that was it. So the funding sources that we usually fund for that funding, sorry, that might be a little bit confusing, but usually the money that we receive for that is passed on to some other services that we provide, and that continued. So we're using the COVID funds in order to supplement that loss of revenue and still provide the services through those contributions that we make.
Thank you very much. Councillor Solda.
Just to ask Andrew, aren't some of these service groups, can they not apply for COVID? Like, wasn't there a government announcement for organizations?
Madam Mayor, I'm not familiar with specific references to funding that could answer Councillor Solda's question, but
like there was sports groups, there was the arts that they could apply. So I'm just, wouldn't it be like double dipping, I guess?
Yeah, so I think there's a number of programs that that service groups, not-for-profits, are able to access. The nice thing about COVID is it has brought some additional funding opportunities, although, you know, mostly challenged, but additional funding opportunities as well. So I'm not sure if there's a specific program Councillor Solda is referring to, but there absolutely is opportunity for new funds available for some of our not-for-profits. And I've been hearing regularly about specific funds that our local service groups are applying to. So I think for the most part, they're hearing about them and going through that process. Somebody actually just sent me a new one. So always nice to see some of those new opportunities coming available.
Thank you.
And CAO, just going back to the letter on McLean Mill requesting provincial funding, I had forgot earlier, I had said I was going to ask you for an update on our application for to remove McLean Mill from the Agricultural Land Reserve. Could you provide just a brief update on where we're at with that?
I think, Madam Mayor, that Twyla Slonsky's better to speak to that.
Great.
She's engaged in our contractors for us.
Yes, thank you. So just to confirm, we have engaged 2 third-party individuals, one an agrologist and the other a former CAO planner to assist the city with the public hearing component piece. Both individuals over the last 2 weeks have been spending time reviewing the city's past applications for non-farm use and things of that nature, including most recently, one of them attended to the site and had a very thorough tour of the property. They're also behind the scenes making themselves familiar with the exclusion application process, including reviewing previous exclusion applications that have been successful at the ALC/ALR level. So that is a bit of a brief update. We'll continue to work with both third parties moving this along. And with the addition of our Director of Development Services, we'll also be bringing him in the loop as it relates specifically to land use and the exclusion application. And we are also continuing to keep the ALC apprised of our status.
Thank you. Do we have an expected timeline for when we'll be submitting the application?
The deadline for our application submission from the ALC is actually April 1st. I believe the city is targeting March to hold the public hearing, the formalized one. And we're also at the advice of the third-party consultants considering other opportunities for a less formal public engagement to help solidify the city's application process. So hopefully that stuff, all that can move ahead in March, and that we'll be positioned to submit our application by the deadline date of April 1st.
Great, thank you very much for that. Council, are there any other items we'd like to highlight in correspondence? Okay, I just wanted to highlight the letter that I wrote for supporting government support for the BCHL. As we know, we've had the Bulldogs come to us specifically and express the challenges that they've been going through, and express the challenges on behalf of the league as well. I was really impressed when I spoke to the gentleman from BCHL, and he recognized very much so that this is not a problem specific to the BCHL, that all businesses right now are struggling. And all organizations are struggling, but that they have been somewhat left out of being able to source funding. So they are looking for some higher level government support, and I'm optimistic that they will be able to get it. They've had a number of meetings with the province, and they just continue to ask for local governments to really express the importance of these local teams beyond just entertainment, but what they bring to our community as well. So just commenting on that. And with that, I will move receipt of our correspondence, items J1 through J13.
Second, Madam Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Solda. Seeing no further comments, all in favor? Carried, thank you. And we'll move on to council reports. We have, I believe, a report from Councillor Haggard and from Councillor Paulson. Were there any items from those reports or other items councillors would like to highlight today?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Paulson.
Just very, very quickly, our ad hoc committee that was putting together the bid for the 2026 Summer Games, that document and video are within minutes of being completed, and they'll be coming as a delegation. So we'll actually have a sneak preview of that application. So I'm quite excited about it. It's really well done, and a lot of people put in a lot of hard work and hours for it. So I just wanted to recognize that.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, would somebody like to move receipt of our council reports?
Move receipt.
Moved by Councillor Poon, seconded by Councillor Washington. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. And under new business, I will start with just requesting, or I will move that council request staff bring an updated report on the city's actions regarding the Kingsway Hotel.
Second, Madam Mayor.
Second, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Poon.
I'm not sure. Should I recuse myself? Because I think I've recused myself on this matter previously.
It's your choice for sure if you
I
want.
I will recuse myself.
Okay, thank you. So we'll just wait for Councillor Poon to be put in the waiting room briefly. Thank you. Okay, Council. I don't need to go into this in a lot of detail today, but reviewing the report that was brought forward by staff in April 14th of 2020, just recognizing that there has been a lot has happened since then in regards to the stop work order that was put on and the city's actions and questions from the public. And I think it would be valuable for us to have an updated report outlining the actions that the city has taken. I know that this is a frustrating issue for many, and I cannot speak to Councillor Poon's choices on this issue, but we can speak to the city's decisions on this issue. And I believe really firmly that the city did take appropriate actions, maybe not soon enough by some people's perception, and I think that's a fair thought, but I believe that when made aware of the issue, the city did act accordingly as we would have with any other property owner. So I would like the report to be updated so that we can all have confidence in the process that was undertaken. And if there are further questions of the city at that time, then I will certainly myself be available to answer them. And I think staff will be available to answer them as well. I can't answer questions from Councillor Poon. She has chosen to recuse herself. That is her right. I would encourage questions that are to do with Councillor Poon's actions to be asked directly of Councillor Poon. But it is our responsibility to answer questions of the city, and we are certainly happy to do so. Are there any comments, Councillor Solda?
So, Madam Mayor, you're going to be getting a timeline of the steps that we went through in the process?
Yes, and so the April 14th report does give a timeline, but it only goes up to early April 3rd because it was written on the 14th. So just recognizing in fairness that there were other actions that were taken after that date, I think it's reasonable for us to have that report updated. Does that answer your question? Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, then on the motion for an updated report, all in favor? None opposed? Carried. Okay, and sorry, we should get Councillor Poon back before we move on, and I will pass it over to Councillor Haggard next for a motion or notice of motion regarding 3rd Avenue. Thank you. Go ahead whenever you're ready, Councillor Haggard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a little bit of background. Last year, a redesign of 3rd Avenue was brought forward to council, and it was contingent on getting some grant funding. So unfortunately, that funding was not approved, so we did not move forward with that concept. And earlier this year, council did a review of our strategic plan, and it was decided that we would pause on any renovations or redesign of 3rd Avenue for 6 months. So just echoing on that letter from the Uptown Merchants Association, that 6 months is now up. And I think it's time for city to move forward with some beautification projects on 3rd Avenue, including tree planting, flowers, lighting, and seating, and some possible artwork for that area. There's many reasons to beautify your downtown core. It brings more people to the downtown, which drives sales to our businesses up there. It helps to drive tourism and increases our community engagement. It's an opportunity to show our personality of our community, and it's a cornerstone of economic development. Now, I do believe that we have $125,000 in our budget from last year for this beautification project. And I think that money can go a long ways into developing some beautification in this area. And there may be some possible other grant opportunities to help with our downtown revitalization and beautification ideas. And there might be possibly some sponsorship opportunities for this project as well. Community Futures is also committed to working with the city on this project. Last year, Ladysmith did a lot of what I'm talking about. So I made a drive down there Wednesday in the afternoon to have a look at it. And their buildings are very similar to our buildings in the age and the form and character. So I think maybe we can steal some ideas from Ladysmith. I did take a lot of pictures, so I'm happy to share those with council. So I don't know if I would be making a motion now, or would this be a discussion that we have at our budget meeting next week? So what would you prefer, Madam Mayor?
So my feeling is that this doesn't need to be a conversation specifically through budget, because we would not be looking to add funds. The funds were budgeted last year. We would be looking potentially to redirect the use of those funds and possibly push that bigger project out another year or two. I think a good course of action, and I actually think that we can make quite an impact with significantly less than the $125,000 that is in the budget. I think Councillor Paulson and Washington would probably agree with me that on the thing we probably got the most positive response on in our entire last 4 years on council was the planters on Johnston Road. You know, we approved funding for those planters on Johnston Road, and I can't tell you, like hundreds and hundreds of people came out to thank us for, you know, putting the planters on Johnston Road and talk about how good they looked. And of course, now that's been continued onto Gertrude as well. I think that we could carry, you know, that theme into the uptown and make some really beautiful improvement without spending a lot of money. But I think a good next step would be we could ask staff for a report on smaller beautification initiatives that could be done keeping within the existing funds from the 2020 budget. And that might include lighting. There's been some lighting improvements up there already. I think tree planting, planter boxes, whatever it is. But I think council, I think passing it over to staff for recommendations would be a good next step if you're supportive of that, Councillor Haggard.
Yes, I'm very supportive. That was actually going to be my motion, but I wasn't sure what the best process would be.
Perfect.
Second that, Madam Mayor.
Okay, moved by Councillor Haggard, seconded by Councillor Solda. Councillor Corbeil, did you have a question or comment?
A comment. I just wanted to point out that, you know, it's not like we're not doing anything on 3rd Avenue. We're spending, you know, close to $500,000 on a safety building, which will have a washroom, which would be available to citizens, and, you know, a few other initiatives. I mean, the difference between 3rd Avenue and Ladysmith's 1st Avenue is very little as far as the sidewalks and the street goes. It's the buildings. And there, the buildings are all full. They're all in very good shape. And on our 3rd Avenue, half of them are empty or in the proper, not in the proper zoning, and many are dilapidated. And you know, hopefully one day when we start to slowly work our way through it, the buildings will start to improve as well.
Absolutely. And, you know, as I know we've talked about in our, we've talked about tackling buildings that are out of compliance with zoning as a next step. Once we dealt with a couple of the other bigger public safety issues that council had prioritized. So I think you're absolutely right on that, Councillor Corbeil. We are making some improvements, but recognizing that the buildings need to be in compliance and that we need a strategy for the buildings that do remain vacant. Although I would disagree with your 50% there. I think it's significantly less than that now. But that said, that's going to be an important piece of this. Revitalization is working on the out of compliance and the vacant buildings for sure. Any other comments or questions on this? Okay, with that said, on the motion to request a staff report on next steps, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. And is there any other items of new business? Councillor Solda.
I just have a quick question, and I'm not sure who can answer that, probably the CEO. Someone asked me about our fire hydrants. Some have been painted and some have not. So how do we work that? And I didn't have an answer for them. So
Sure. I think we do have a maintenance plan for those, but CAO?
Madam Mayor, I see our Director of Engineering is on the call, but having just started here, you might not be familiar yet with our maintenance program. So if he wants to jump in, great. Otherwise, I'll try to answer this. I think I heard the question to be, how do we decide which hydrants get painted first? Is that the question?
Basically, somebody asked me, they noticed some were painted and some really need painting and they have not been painted. So how are we doing that maintenance plan for it?
Yeah, the painting of the hydrants is something we saw new starting in 2020. We hadn't been painting as many previous to that. And I hope you think it looks good. I think it looks great. And we've been focusing primarily on the higher traffic corridors to begin with. And it's our hope to continue that work as we go and then just keep it in regular maintenance. So I don't know that there's a schedule around, like assessing the quality of paint. Pretty much everything that's not new needs paint.
Okay. And Rob, anything to add?
I think he covered it very well. I think just as a backup to why we are focusing on major corridors I'm getting echo from another computer, sorry, is that it gives a better visibility for the fire hydrants, not only for the firefighters who will know where they are generally speaking, but also for residents so they're not parking in front of them. And it definitely brightens them up so people are aware of their location. We also like to focus on commercial industrial areas where we see potentially a more conflicts happening with people parking in front of them. The other aspect to it is also maintaining the hydrants. You have to basically pull them apart, maintain them, make sure they function well. So we have a system of basically going through the whole program of all of our hydrants one by one and going through a maintenance. And at the same time, if we're there, then we'll paint them. So there's a few different aspects there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Very helpful. Okay, so we will move on to question period. I'll ask our Director of Corporate Services if we've received any questions.
So yes, Madam Mayor, we have 2 submissions. The first being from Mr. Adams, and in his submission, he has 4 questions. He comments, the city was forthcoming and claims they paid for the cleanup as they were leasing the properties. And he's referring to 2 of those properties at McLean Mill, the adjacent ones. So his first question is he is asking for copies of past and present lease agreements. Number 2, as both of these leased properties are in the agricultural land reserve, was or is the city in compliance with the permitted uses of these properties? Question 3, will the city voluntarily comply to ALR restrictions when using these lands? And last question, one of the properties cleaned up by the city is zoned M3, heavy industrial, as far as the ACRD. The second property is zoned A3, residential farm and forestry, again with the ACRD. Will the city voluntarily comply to the zoning bylaws of the ACRD? And those were his questions. And then I have one question submitted from Mr. Roland Smith, and he is asking if he may obtain budget documents prepared according to generally accepted accounting principles that are copies of the balance sheet and income statement for the past year's business transactions at the McLean Mill site.
Thank you very much. CAO, would you be able to speak to, or Twyla, you may be able to speak to our requirements for reporting with McLean Mill as per our agreement with them, and if that information would be available or not?
Madam Mayor, I believe the city's meeting our requirements as far as reporting on the city finances, and Mr. McGifford could respond to that. Our operating agreement with the chamber requires them to provide a year-end summary, financial summary, and a projection of the next year, which is what I believe the chamber presented today. So I'm not sure what, when the question is worded specifically with, in terms of accepted accounting practices, the city has not required that of the operator. And we don't require that, to my knowledge, of other operators who operate on city funding. So we'll take a look at the question, and we'll see what exactly is involved. And if there's more information we can get from a claim mill operator, we'll seek to get the question asker what he's after. But we need to be mindful that we're not imposing on our operator something that we didn't envision in the operating agreement.
Thank you. And I think we could add as well that that information should be available, if not directly through us, through the Chamber's financial reporting, as they do hold a public AGM where they do put forward, because this is not a separate entity. They wouldn't have, I don't think, a balance sheet for and profit and loss statement for McLean Mill. I would imagine it would be incorporated into their Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center organization. So, I'm speculating here a little bit, but given that the Chamber is an organization that holds a public AGM as well, that information I would imagine should be available, just maybe not in the direct means that Mr. Smith is asking for here. So if we could get more information on that, I think it would be great to be able to clarify back. Thank you. Okay. So with that, would somebody like to move adjournment?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Solda, seconded by Councillor Washington. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.